Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I remember the first time Sarah mentioned it to me. Her voice on the phone carried that peculiar tremor, not quite fear, not quite confusion, something in between. The kind of tremor that makes you sit up straighter, that makes the room around you suddenly feel a little colder. I've been a detective with the Oakwood Police Department for 15 years, but something in her voice that evening made me write her address down before she even asked me to come over. It was late October, the kind of autumn evening where fallen leaves stick to the bottom of your shoes, where streetlights create small islands of amber in an ocean of lengthening shadows. Sarah's apartment building stood on Maple Street, a modest 4-story structure with fire escapes zigzagging up its brick facade like metallic vines. Nothing remarkable about it, nothing that would make you look twice. The lobby smelled of old carpet and someone's dinner, pasta sauce with too much garlic. The elevator had an out-of-order sign taped to it, so I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the stairwell. 3 flights up, door 3C, I knocked twice, firmly but not urgently. Sarah Mitchell opened the door immediately, as if she'd been standing there waiting. 32 years old, shoulder-length brown hair, eyes that had clearly not slept in some time. She was wearing a gray cardigan over striped pajamas, her feet bare against the hardwood floor. "Detective Davis," she said, not quite a question. "Thank you for coming. I know how this is going to sound." I've heard those words before. They typically precede something bizarre, something people worry will make them sound unstable. I've learned to listen first, judge later. Her apartment was small but impeccably kept. A bookshelf lined one wall, its contents organized by color, a rainbow of spines from red to purple. A small dining table pushed against the window overlooking the street below. A modest television on a stand. A gray couch with a plush throw blanket draped over one arm. It felt lived in but tidy, the space of someone with organized thoughts. "I've lived here for 4 years," Sarah said, motioning for me to sit at the dining table while she poured 2 cups of tea from a pot that had been steeping. The gentle aroma of chamomile filled the space between us. "I know every inch of this apartment, every creaky floorboard, every wall crack, the way the bathroom door sticks when it rains." She placed a mug in front of me, the steam rising in a lazy spiral. "Last night," she continued, her voice measured as if she'd rehearsed this part, "I noticed something that wasn't there before." Sarah led me down a short hallway. On the left, an open door revealed a bathroom, white tiles, blue shower curtain. On the right, a bedroom, neatly made bed, dresser, nightstand with a lamp and a stack of books. At the end of the hallway, where logic dictated there should be nothing but the outer wall of the building, stood a door. It was old, painted a deep shade of green that had faded unevenly. The brass doorknob was tarnished, the kind you might find in a house built in the 1940s. It looked out of place against the modern white walls of the hallway. "This door," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper, "wasn't here the day before yesterday. I would have noticed. I've walked down this hallway thousands of times." I approached the door slowly, running my fingertips along the door frame. It felt solid, real, not hastily constructed. The hinges looked weathered, as if they'd opened and closed countless times over many years. "Have you opened it?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Sarah nodded, wrapping her arms around herself. "That's why I called you." She reached past me and turned the doorknob. It rotated with a smooth, well-oiled movement. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing a room approximately 10 feet square. The walls were lined with corkboards, and the corkboards were covered with photographs, hundreds of them. In the center of the room stood a simple wooden desk with a chair. A laptop sat closed on the desk's surface. A small lamp cast a warm, insufficient glow over everything. I stepped inside, my police-issue shoes making no sound on the carpeted floor. The room smelled of photochemicals and something else, something like stale coffee and time passing too slowly. The photographs were all of Sarah, Sarah collecting her mail, Sarah watering the plant on her windowsill, Sarah sleeping, the blanket pulled up to her chin, Sarah cooking in her kitchen, Sarah reading on her couch. All of them taken from angles that seemed impossible, as if the photographer had been standing in places where no one could stand, inside her locked apartment. Some of them dated back years, according to the small white timestamps in the corners. "I don't understand," Sarah said from the doorway, unwilling to enter. "This room physically can't exist. On the other side of this wall is the outside of the building. There's a 4-story drop to the ground." She was right. I had noticed that myself when I arrived. The layout of the building, the location of her unit, there shouldn't be space for this room. Yet here it was, solid and undeniable. I moved to the desk and opened the laptop. It powered on immediately, no password required. The screen displayed a folder labeled simply Sarah. Inside were more photographs, thousands of them organized by date, and text files with detailed notes about her habits, her schedule, her conversations on the phone, even transcripts of her talking to herself when she thought she was alone. "Someone's been watching me," Sarah said, stating the obvious in a voice that sounded distant, detached. But how? From where? I examined the walls more closely. Behind some of the photos, I could see small holes in the wall, each no bigger than a pinhead, peepholes perhaps, or something more sophisticated. The building superintendent arrived 20 minutes later, confusion etched into the lines of his weather-worn face. Martin Greaves, 67, 30 years managing the building. "This doesn't make any sense," he said, running his hand along the green door. "This wall is an exterior wall. There's nothing on the other side but a 4-story drop." We checked the building plans he brought up. According to the official layout, there was indeed nothing beyond Sarah's hallway, just as there had been nothing beyond her neighbor's hallway in Unit 3B or her other neighbors in 3D. "Could someone have constructed this recently?" I asked, "without anyone noticing?" Martin shook his head. "Impossible. Construction like this would take days, make noise. Other tenants would have complained. And look at the door, it's old. The wear patterns on the hinges, the fading of the paint. This door has been here for years." But it hadn't. Sarah was certain, and I believed her. We evacuated the building that night, called in forensics, structural engineers. By morning, the story had evolved from bizarre to inexplicable. The room did exist, physically, tangibly exist, but it shouldn't have. It occupied a space that, according to the laws of physics and architecture, wasn't there. It extended out into thin air, yet from the outside of the building, nothing was visible. No protrusion, no addition, no alteration to the flat brick facade. The photographs were real too, thousands of them, documenting 4 years of Sarah's life in the apartment. The laptop contained over a terabyte of surveillance data, but there were no cameras found in her apartment. No devices, no wiring, nothing to explain how someone had collected such intimate documentation of her private life. The fingerprints were the most disturbing element. None in the room matched Sarah's. None matched any resident of the building. None matched anyone in our database, but they were everywhere on the doorknob, the desk, the laptop, the photographs. Whoever had created this impossible room had spent countless hours here, watching Sarah, documenting her existence in meticulous detail. 3 days later, every fingerprint disappeared from the evidence bags. The photographs became blank squares of paper. The laptop's hard drive wiped itself clean before the tech team could create a backup. The room remained, though, a physical impossibility, a space that shouldn't exist, attached to Sarah's apartment like it had always been there. Sarah never returned to the apartment. No one did. The building stands empty now, condemned not for structural reasons, but because no one can explain what happened there. No one can guarantee it won't happen again. Sometimes I drive by at night. I look up at the third-floor windows, at what used to be Unit 3C. I never see anything unusual from the outside. No strange lights, no mysterious shadows. Just an ordinary brick wall where an extraordinary room somehow exists. But I know it's there, a room that defies explanation, a room that by every law of physics and reason shouldn't exist. And I wonder as I drive away how many other impossible rooms are out there, attached to homes where people sleep unaware. How many other watchers sit in spaces that shouldn't exist, documenting lives that aren't their own. And I check my own apartment carefully each night, studying the walls, making sure no new doors have appeared while I was gone. Because the most disturbing question remains unanswered: who created that room, and are they still watching? Story 2. The fading autumn light filtered through the dusty windows of the farmhouse as I traced my fingers along the edge of the wooden panel. There was something about old houses that always spoke to me, the way they held secrets in their walls, stories trapped in layers of paint and paper. This particular farmhouse, nestled among towering maples outside of Brookfield, had called to me from the moment I first saw the case file on my desk. My name is Detective Morgan Reeves, and after 15 years with the Brookfield Police Department, I thought I'd seen it all. But there was something different about this case, something that made me pause each time I reviewed the evidence, something that made me want to linger in the quiet spaces between the facts. The Warren family had purchased the property 6 months ago, a charming but neglected 1920s farmhouse that needed substantial renovation. Martin and Clara Warren, along with their teenage daughter Eliza, had been excited about the project. They were the kind of family that appeared in home renovation magazines, attractive, enthusiastic, full of plans. I walked slowly through the empty living room, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight. A half-removed section of wallpaper hung limply from the wall, revealing the wooden panels beneath. In the silence, I could almost hear the echoes of the family that had inhabited this space, their conversations, their laughter, their eventual fear. The first incident had seemed minor. During their initial demolition, Martin had uncovered a message carved into the wood paneling beneath layers of wallpaper: "Welcome home." They had assumed it was left by a previous owner, charming, if a bit odd. Clara had even photographed it for their renovation blog. 2 weeks later, as they stripped wallpaper from the dining room, they found another message: "I like how you've arranged the furniture." This message was carved in the same handwriting, but the Warrens became uneasy. They hadn't shared their furniture arrangement publicly. They hadn't shown anyone but close family members. I ran my fingertips over the indentations where these words had been carved. The wood felt cool to the touch, smoother in the grooves where someone had taken a knife or chisel to the surface. The cuts were shallow but deliberate, made by someone with patience and time. As I moved through the house, I mentally traced the timeline that had brought me here. The Warrens had continued their renovations, increasingly disturbed by what they found. "In their bedroom, I watch you sleep." In the hallway, your daughter has a beautiful singing voice. In Eliza's room, I stand here when you're at school. With each discovery, their unease had grown. They had contacted the previous owners, the Millers, who claimed to know nothing about messages in the walls. The Millers had purchased the house from the estate of an elderly woman who had lived there alone for 40 years before passing away. No one had mentioned anything unusual. The temperature seemed to drop as I climbed the narrow staircase to the second floor. Late afternoon shadows stretched across the hall, creating pools of darkness in the corners. I clicked on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom, illuminating motes of dust that hung suspended in the air. The Warrens had called the police after finding the message that finally broke their resolve. In the master bedroom, beneath fresh wallpaper they had just installed the previous weekend, "I'm still here." This message couldn't have been there before. They had replaced the wooden panels entirely. Officer Daniels had been the first to respond. He had found nothing suspicious, no signs of entry, no evidence that anyone had been in the house besides the family. He had filed it as a possible prank, suggesting perhaps their daughter was behind it, seeking attention or trying to scare her parents. But I had known Eliza Warren for years. She had been in my niece's class at Brookfield High. She wasn't the type to play elaborate pranks, and the genuine fear in her eyes when I interviewed her told me she was just as frightened as her parents. "We've checked the security system," Martin Warren had told me, his voice tight with anxiety. "We've had the locks changed twice. No one could have gotten in without us knowing." I paused at the doorway to what had been Eliza's bedroom. The Warrens had moved out 3 weeks ago, leaving their renovation dreams behind. The room was empty now, save for a discarded paint roller and a single cardboard box labeled "Ease Books." The house felt expectant, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for me to discover something. I moved to the wall where they had found the message about Eliza's singing. The wallpaper had been completely removed, revealing bare wooden panels. I ran my flashlight slowly across the surface. There it was, faint but unmistakable. "I miss hearing you sing, Eliza." A new message in the same handwriting, in a house that had been empty for 3 weeks. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, but I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think rationally. Someone had to be getting in somehow. I needed to check the basement, the attic, look for hidden entrances or passages that might explain how someone was accessing the house undetected. The basement door opened with a low creak that seemed to reverberate through the empty house. The wooden steps descended into darkness. I swept my flashlight across the space below before taking the first step down. The air was cooler here, heavy with the scent of damp earth and old wood. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, my light caught something on the far wall, a small door, maybe 3 feet high, partially concealed behind an old workbench. It wasn't on any of the house plans the Warrens had shown me. I approached carefully, my heart beating a steady rhythm against my ribs. The door was made of the same wood as the panels upstairs, its edges almost invisible against the wall. It had no handle, just a small indentation where fingers could pull it open. With a deep breath, I pulled. The door opened silently, revealing a narrow passage that extended into darkness. The beam of my flashlight illuminated rough earthen walls reinforced with wooden beams. The passage was just tall enough for someone to crawl through, and it appeared to lead toward the edge of the property. I took photographs, careful not to disturb anything that might be evidence. This explained how someone could enter the house undetected, but not who, or why they would leave such unsettling messages. As I examined the entrance to the passage, I noticed markings on the inside of the small door. I angled my flashlight to see them better. They were words carved into the wood in the same handwriting as the other messages. This was my home first. I was here before the walls, before the floors. I am the house. I stepped back, a chill running through me despite the warmth of the day. I reached for my radio to call for backup when I heard it, a soft scratching sound, like a knife against wood, coming from somewhere above me. I moved quietly back up the basement stairs, straining to locate the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from the master bedroom. With my hand on my hallspin, I made my way up the main staircase, careful to avoid the steps that creaked. The door to the master bedroom stood partially open. The scratching continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I took a deep breath and pushed the door all the way open. The room was empty, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the floor. But on the far wall I could see movement, a small section of exposed wood where the scratching sound originated. As I watched, a single line appeared in the wood, as if carved by an invisible hand. I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. Slowly, methodically, the lines formed letters, and the letters formed words. Detective Reeves, I've been waiting for you. The research we did after that day revealed a history the real estate disclosures had conveniently omitted. Before the farmhouse was built in the 1920s, the land had belonged to a man named Ezekiel Thorne, a reclusive carpenter known for his intricate woodwork and for his increasingly erratic behavior in the years before his death. The locals had whispered that Thorne believed he could imbue his creations with pieces of himself, that the objects he crafted contained fragments of his soul. When he died in 1918, his body was found in a shallow grave on the property, surrounded by wood shavings and carving tools. The farmhouse had been built over the site a few years later. The Warren family never returned to the house. They sold it at a significant loss to a developer who planned to demolish it and build several modern homes on the large lot. But construction has been delayed repeatedly by unexplained accidents and permit issues. Sometimes when I drive past the property at dusk, I see that one upstairs window still intact among the partially demolished walls. And sometimes I could swear I see fresh markings appearing on the exposed wooden beams, words taking shape under invisible hands. The house continues to write its story, and I can't help but wonder, when they finally tear down those walls, what will they release? Story 3. I remember the first time Sarah told me about the encounter. It was late October, when the evenings grow longer and shadows stretch across suburban streets like reaching fingers. We sat in my office, a converted garage with walls lined with case files and a single window that offered a view of nothing but the brick wall of the neighboring building. The space heater hummed softly in the corner, casting an amber glow that barely reached the edges of the room. Sarah's hands trembled slightly as she cradled her coffee mug. Steam rose between us in lazy spirals, disappearing into the dim light overhead. She wasn't the type to scare easily. 15 years as a district attorney had hardened her against most of life's horrors, but something in her eyes that evening told me this was different. I bumped into her at Wilson's grocery, she began, her voice steady but quiet. Aisle 7, between the cereal and the baking supplies. I was reaching for the flour when our carts collided. I nodded, letting the silence settle between her words. My recorder whirred softly on the desk, barely audible. Outside, a car passed, its headlights briefly illuminating the dust particles floating in the air of my office before disappearing again. I started to apologize, Sarah continued, but when I looked up, I couldn't speak. It was me, not similar to me, not a resemblance. It was as if I was looking into a mirror. I watched her fingers tighten around the mug. The clock on the wall ticked methodically, marking the passing seconds with precision. Same hair, same eyes, same small scar above my right eyebrow from when I fell off my bike at 12. She even had my voice. Sarah's eyes drifted to the window, though there was nothing to see. When I managed to speak, to ask who she was, she just smiled, a smile I recognized from my own photographs. The heater clicked off, leaving a deeper silence in its wake. I didn't rush to fill it. Sometimes, in my line of work, the spaces between words tell more than the words themselves. She leaned closer, Sarah whispered, close enough that I could smell her perfume, my perfume, the one James gave me last Christmas, and said, "You should have left when you had the chance." I made a small note in my pad, the scratch of pen against paper unusually loud in the quiet room. And then I prompted, keeping my tone neutral. And then she walked away, just pushed her cart past me and continued shopping as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't just turned my world upside down. I've heard many strange stories in my 23 years as a private investigator. Most have rational explanations, mistaken identities, tricks of light, minds playing games after too little sleep or too much stress. But something about Sarah's account settled into my bones with an uncomfortable weight. "Did you follow her?" I asked. Sarah shook her head slowly. I couldn't move. By the time I gathered myself, she was gone. I abandoned my cart and searched every aisle, asked the cashiers if they'd seen. Well, me, but no one remembered her. The familiar weight of my notebook rested in my palm as I flipped to a fresh page. When was this exactly? 3 days ago, Tuesday afternoon, around 4:30. I nodded, writing the date and time. "And have you seen her since?" A long pause followed. Sarah set her mug down on the desk with deliberate care. When she spoke again, her voice had dropped even lower. "Last night, through the kitchen window, I was washing dishes, and when I looked up, she was standing in my backyard, just watching me." The air in the office seemed to grow thicker. I leaned forward, my chair creaking softly beneath me. "Did you call the police?" A humorless laugh escaped her lips. "And tell them what? That I saw myself standing in my own yard, that I'm being stalked by me." She had a point. Law enforcement dealt with tangible threats, not existential ones. This was precisely why people like Sarah ended up in my office, with its outdated furniture and perpetual smell of coffee and old paper. "I need you to find out who she is," Sarah said firmly. Before, she stopped abruptly. "Before what, Sarah?" Her eyes met mine, steady and clear despite her fear. "Before she becomes me." I took the case, of course. How could I not? Over 23 years investigating everything from insurance fraud to missing persons, I developed an instinct for which cases needed my attention most urgently. Sarah's wasn't just unusual, it carried an undertone of genuine danger that I couldn't ignore. The next morning dawned gray and drizzly, the kind of weather that seeps into your bones and stays there. I started where most investigations begin, background. Sarah Landon, 42, had prosecuted some of the city's most notorious criminals. A woman with her record would have enemies, potentially dangerous ones. Wilson's grocery had security cameras, but the footage from Tuesday was disappointingly mundane. There was Sarah selecting produce, examining canned goods, and then pausing at aisle 7. From the camera angle, I could see her cart collide with nothing. She appeared to be talking to empty air, her expression shifting from surprise to fear. No second cart, no second Sarah. My coffee grew cold as I watched the footage again and again. Nothing changed. The implications crawled along my spine like a cold finger. That evening, I parked across from Sarah's modest two-story home. The neighborhood was quiet, upper-middle class, with well-maintained lawns and sensible cars in driveways. Lights glowed warmly behind closed curtains as families settled in for dinner and evening routines. Sarah lived alone since her divorce 3 years ago. No children, just a tabby cat that occasionally appeared in the front window. At 8:17 p.m., she arrived home, briefcase in one hand, takeout bag in the other. I watched her unlock her door and disappear inside. Lights flicked on, first the entryway, then the kitchen at the back of the house. I settled in for a long night, thermos of coffee at my side. The radio murmured quietly, an old jazz station that helped me think. Hours passed. Occasionally, Sarah's shadow moved past a window. At 11:42, most of the lights went out. Bedroom light on, then off at midnight exactly. The street grew quieter. A dog barked somewhere distant. The occasional car drifted past, headlights briefly illuminating raindrops on my windshield before disappearing around the corner. At 2:16 a.m., movement caught my eye. A figure stood on the sidewalk across from Sarah's house. Female, same height and build as Sarah. She wore a dark coat, hood pulled up against the drizzle. For 15 minutes she remained motionless, facing the house. I took photographs, though the night vision on my camera would capture little detail at this distance. Then, with deliberate slowness, she crossed the street and walked up Sarah's driveway. I reached for my door handle, ready to intervene if needed, but the woman didn't approach the house. Instead, she circled around to the backyard, exactly where Sarah had spotted her the night before. I exited my car silently, following at a distance. The wet grass muffled my footsteps as I made my way along the perimeter of the property. When I reached the corner of the house, I peered carefully around. The woman stood before Sarah's kitchen window, looking in. From her position, she would have a clear view of the sink where Sarah washed dishes. The light from a street lamp caught her profile, and my breath caught. It was Sarah, or someone who could be her twin. I raised my camera, focusing carefully. The shutter sound seemed impossibly loud in the quiet night, but the woman didn't react. I took 3 photos in quick succession, then lowered the camera. When I looked up again, she was gone. The backyard was empty, no movement, no sound except the soft patter of rain on leaves. I circled the entire property twice, checking every shadow and corner. Nothing. It was as if she had simply vanished. Back in my car, I reviewed the digital photos immediately. The first showed the empty yard. The second and third showed only a blurry shape moving away from the window. I cursed softly, not enough to identify a face. The following day, I dug deeper into Sarah's case history. She had put away some dangerous people, drug dealers, violent offenders, a particularly sadistic domestic abuser who had sworn vengeance from the courtroom. But none matched our mystery woman, and revenge rarely took such an elaborate psychological form. I pulled Sarah's phone records, credit reports, medical history, with her permission, of course. Nothing unusual appeared until I checked her birth certificate. Sarah Landon was born at County General, October 12, 1982. Mother, Margaret Landon. Father, unknown. A single line in her mother's medical record caught my attention. Twin delivery. Infant be stillborn. The office seemed suddenly colder as I stared at those words. Sarah had never mentioned a twin. Perhaps she didn't know. Many parents choose not to share such painful information with their children. I called the hospital's records department, claiming to be verifying information for an insurance case. The clerk who answered was helpful if disinterested. Yes, Margaret Landon had delivered twins. Yes, one had been declared stillborn. No, there was no record of what had happened to the deceased infant's remains. Standard procedure at the time would have been hospital cremation. A theory began forming, absurd, impossible, but persistent. What if the twin hadn't died? What if, through some hospital error or deliberate act, the second baby had been taken somewhere, raised by someone else, only to discover her true identity decades later? It would explain the resemblance, but not how she knew where to find Sarah or what she wanted. And it certainly didn't explain her ominous warning, "You should have left when you had the chance." Left where and why? 3 nights later, Sarah called me at 1:07 a.m., her voice tight with fear. "She's inside the house." I was already reaching for my keys. "Where are you?" "Bedroom closet." Her voice was barely above a whisper. I heard something downstairs, footsteps. Then I saw her coming up the stairs, my face looking back at me. "I'm 5 minutes away. Call 911. I tried. The line is dead. My cell phone too. No signal. Cold dread settled in my stomach. "Stay hidden. I'm coming." I broke every speed limit getting to her house. The street was quiet, normal. No cars parked nearby except Sarah's in the driveway. No lights visible inside the house. The front door was unlocked. It swung open silently at my touch. I entered cautiously, gun drawn. The air inside felt wrong, heavy and too still, like the atmosphere before a storm. No sounds, no movement. Just the faint scent of something burning, like electrical wires overheating. "Sarah," I called softly, moving through the dark entryway toward the stairs. No answer. I climbed slowly, testing each step for creaks. The upper hallway stretched before me, bedroom door at the end standing slightly ajar. A thin slice of moonlight cut across the carpet through the partially opened curtains. "Sarah," I called again, approaching the bedroom. The closet door was closed. I crossed the room and pulled it open. Empty. A sound behind me, soft footsteps. I turned, raising my gun. Sarah stood in the doorway, or someone wearing Sarah's face. "You shouldn't have come," she said in Sarah's voice. "Now neither of us can leave." Before I could respond, she stepped backward into the hallway darkness. I followed, but the hallway was empty. Every room upstairs was empty. The house was completely silent. I searched every corner, every closet, every possible hiding place. No Sarah, no double, nothing out of place except a single photograph on her bedside table, turned face down when I'd swear it had been upright when I entered the room. I picked it up, turned it over. It showed Sarah standing in front of Wilson's grocery, smiling. The date stamp in the corner read October 12, 2019, her birthday, 4 years ago. Behind her, partially obscured but unmistakable, stood a woman who looked exactly like her, watching with an unreadable expression. Sarah never returned home. No body was found, no evidence of struggle, nothing to suggest what had happened in that house. The police investigation stalled after 3 weeks. They concluded she had left voluntarily, her passport was missing, and a significant amount had been withdrawn from her account 2 days before her disappearance. I know better. I keep the photograph in my desk drawer now. Sometimes, late at night when the office is quiet except for the hum of the heater and the ticking clock, I take it out and study those two identical faces. And sometimes, when I look up from my desk toward the window that shows nothing but a brick wall, I catch a glimpse of someone watching me, someone wearing my face, someone waiting for me to leave while I still have the chance. Story 4. I've always been fascinated by the cases that don't make headlines, the ones that whisper rather than scream. This particular investigation began on a Tuesday in late October, when the maple leaves outside my office window had turned the color of dried blood, the kind of detail you notice only in retrospect, when symbolism seems to matter. The call came in at 3:17 p.m. A cleaning service had reported something unusual at an Airbnb rental in the older part of town, a historic district where Victorian houses stood shoulder to shoulder like aged sentinels. Nothing overtly alarming, just unusual. That word always makes my pen hover above my notepad. Unusual is where the interesting cases begin. I drove slowly through streets canopied by trees shedding their autumn coats. The address led me to a narrow blue house with white trim, 3 stories tall and pressed between 2 larger properties like it was being slowly consumed. Number 117 Marlowe Street. The property manager was waiting on the porch, keys jangling nervously in her hand. "Detective Carlson," she said, extending her hand. "Andrea Wells. I manage 15 properties in this area, and I've never had anything like this." Her palm was cool and slightly damp as we shook hands. The autumn air carried the scent of wood smoke and impending rain. "Tell me what happened," I said, following her up creaking wooden steps to the front door. The key turned with surprising resistance. "A woman named Elise Garner checked in 12 days ago, booked for 2 weeks, excellent reviews on her profile, no red flags." Andrea's voice was steady but tense. "She was supposed to check out tomorrow morning, but the cleaning crew came by today to prepare and found, well, she's gone, but her things are still here, and there's something not right about the place." The door swung open to reveal a tastefully decorated entryway. Nothing seemed immediately amiss, just a small table with a vintage lamp, a coat rack with a single gray raincoat, and hardwood floors that gleamed dully in the afternoon light filtering through sheer curtains. "This way," Andrea said, leading me up a narrow staircase. The wood creaked beneath our feet, each step producing a different note, like an old instrument being played by our ascent. The second floor contained a living room, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. Everything was immaculate, too immaculate for someone who had been staying there for nearly 2 weeks. No dishes in the sink, no book left open on the coffee table, no indication that the space had been lived in. "The bedroom is upstairs," Andrea said, her voice dropping slightly as we approached the final staircase. This one was narrower still, barely wide enough for my shoulders. "Has anything been moved since the cleaning staff found it?" I asked, running my fingers along the wall as we climbed. The wallpaper felt slightly damp, though I couldn't see any water damage. "Nothing. They called me immediately, and I called you." The bedroom occupied the entire 3rd floor, tucked under sloping eaves that made the space feel intimate rather than cramped. A queen-sized bed with rumpled white sheets stood in the center. A suitcase lay open on a luggage rack, neatly packed clothes still folded inside. On the nightstand sat a laptop, a phone charger without a phone, and a leather-bound journal. "This is what the cleaning crew found strange," Andrea said, walking to the far wall where a measuring tape was stretched from one side to the other. This tape measure belongs to the property. We keep one in every unit for guests who might need it. They found it like this. I approached and examined the measuring tape. It stretched 138 inches from wall to wall. Do you know how wide this room is supposed to be? I asked. Andrea nodded. That's just it. According to the property plans, it should be 144 inches, 6 feet less than what that tape shows. I frowned. You mean 6 inches? No, she said firmly. 6 feet. The plans say 12 feet. That tape shows 11 and a half. I looked around the room. Nothing seemed obviously wrong with the dimensions, but perception can be deceptive in unfamiliar spaces. Maybe the tape was stretched wrong, I suggested, though the yellow metal strip lay perfectly flat against the hardwood floor. Andrea reached into her pocket and produced a folded piece of paper. The cleaning staff found this taped to the inside of the door. It's what made them call me. The note was written on hotel stationery, not from this property, but from the Grand Meridian downtown. In neat, precise handwriting it read, "It's almost over." What about her phone, computer? I asked, moving to the nightstand. The laptop is password protected. We haven't touched it. I slipped on latex gloves and opened the journal, careful not to disturb any potential prints. The first several pages contained mundane entries, observations about the neighborhood, notes about a work project involving architectural data, a list of local restaurants she planned to try. Then on the 7th page, the tone changed. Day 3, something's wrong with the measurements in this place. I've checked 3 times. The bedroom is shrinking. 144 inches yesterday, 142 inches today. Am I losing my mind? The next entry was dated 2 days later. Day 5, 140 inches this morning. Called the property manager with a vague question about settling in old houses. She said the building was renovated last year, including new foundations. I sound crazy if I tell her what's happening. I know I sound crazy. The entries continued, documenting a gradual reduction in the room's width, sometimes by fractions of an inch, sometimes by more. Day 8, 139 inches. I've started marking the wall with pencil at night and checking in the morning. The marks move, not while I'm watching, of course, but they move. Day 9, I hear sounds in the walls at night, not rodents, something else. The final entry was from yesterday. Day 11, 138.5 inches. I understand now. The house isn't shrinking, it's consuming, making space inside itself. For what I don't know, but I'm checking out early. If anyone finds this, the room should be 144 inches wide. If it's not, don't stay here. I closed the journal slowly, the leather cover making a soft sound as it met the first page. We need to check the actual dimensions, I said, picking up the measuring tape. Do you have the property plans with you? Andrea nodded and pulled out her tablet. She opened a file showing the architectural drawings of the house. According to the plans, the top bedroom should indeed have been exactly 12 feet wide. I stretched the measuring tape again, making sure it was pulled tight, 138 inches. I measured the other direction, from the door to the window. The plans said it should be 16 feet. The tape showed 179 inches, nearly 15 feet. This doesn't make sense, I muttered, more to myself than to Andrea. I spent the next hour going through Elise's belongings. Her passport was still in the suitcase. Her toiletries were arranged neatly in the bathroom. Everything suggested she had planned to stay until her checkout date, except for the journal entries and her unexplained absence. As the afternoon light began to fade, I found myself standing in the center of the bedroom, turning slowly to take in every detail. The walls were painted a soft blue-gray. The ceiling sloped at identical angles on both sides, 2 windows symmetrically placed. A mirror hung between them, reflecting my puzzled expression. I stepped closer to the mirror and noticed something odd. The reflection showed the room behind me, but the proportions seemed slightly off. The doorway looked narrower than it had when I walked through it. I turned to compare, and for a moment, just a fraction of a second, it seemed like the door didn't match my movement exactly, as if the reflection had turned a microsecond after I did. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the autumn air seeping through the old windows. "I'm going to need to bring in some specialists," I told Andrea as we descended the stairs. My voice sounded different in the stairwell than it had in the bedroom, more hollow, less present. "What kind of specialists?" she asked, her keys clinking softly as she locked the door behind us. "Structural engineers, possibly a forensic architect. Something's not right with the dimensions in this house, and I want to understand if there's a rational explanation before we jump to conclusions about Miss Garner's state of mind or whereabouts." I spent the next 3 days coordinating with various experts. The structural engineer confirmed what the measuring tape had shown. The room's dimensions didn't match the plans. The forensic architect found something even more disturbing. Comparing current photographs with ones taken during the renovation last year, certain proportions had indeed changed. Doorways were narrower, ceilings lower. The changes were subtle, imperceptible unless you were specifically looking for them, but undeniable when presented side by side. But the true breakthrough came when we found Elise Garner. She hadn't disappeared, at least not in the way we initially feared. She had checked into the Grand Meridian downtown, the same hotel whose stationery she had used for her final note. When we interviewed her, she was calm but adamant. "I'm not crazy, detective," she said, her hands steady as she sipped her coffee. "I'm an architectural data analyst. I notice measurements, proportions, spatial relationships. It's literally my job. That room was shrinking." "Do you have any theory about how or why?" I asked, keeping my tone neutral though my skin prickled with goosebumps. She was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window at the city skyline. "Old houses settle, they shift. They adapt to the people living in them," she finally said. But this wasn't settling, it was intentional, like the house was making space for something else, something that needed room to grow. We never did find a conventional explanation for the shrinking dimensions of 117 Marlowe Street. The case file remains open, classified as unresolved property anomaly. The Airbnb listing was taken down. The house stands empty now, its windows like watchful eyes observing the street. Sometimes on quiet nights when I can't sleep, I wonder about spaces that change when we're not looking, about walls that move inches by inches, about rooms that grow smaller while something else grows larger. And I wonder what happens when there's no more room left to give. Story 5, I still remember the weight of that case file in my hands. Coffee-stained manila folder, thicker than most, with that distinctive musty smell that only documents left untouched for years can acquire. The overhead fluorescent light in the archives flickered intermittently, casting shifting shadows across the photographs spread before me. Outside, rain tapped gently against the high windows, a metronome keeping time with my thoughts. It was 3 in the morning, and I should have been home. Instead, I found myself revisiting the Westlake case, the one that lingered in the back of my mind during quiet moments, whispering that I had missed something essential. The case centered around a 7-year-old boy named Thomas Westlake, a gifted child with an uncanny talent for drawing. His sketches possessed a level of detail that art teachers found remarkable for someone so young. Anatomical precision in the way he rendered hands, understanding of perspective that most adults struggle to master, shadows that fell exactly where they should. A prodigy, they called him. The photographs in the file included several of his drawings preserved in clear plastic sleeves. I ran my finger along the edge of one, feeling the slight ridge where the paper met the protective covering. The first drawings were innocent enough: landscapes, animals, portraits of his mother. Sarah Westlake, 34 at the time, single parent, kindergarten teacher at Pinewood Elementary. When I interviewed her back in 2018, she spoke softly, her fingers constantly twisting a silver ring on her right hand. The living room where we sat had been meticulously arranged, not a cushion out of place, not a speck of dust on the coffee table between us, too perfect, as though she had spent hours preparing for our visit. Thomas has always been special, she had told me, eyes never quite meeting mine. He sees things differently than other children. I pulled out the report from Thomas's teacher, Ms. Abernathy. Her handwriting slanted heavily to the right, the pressure of her pen leaving indentations visible on the reverse side of the paper. Thomas is a quiet, introspective child, rarely interacts with classmates during free play, spends most of his time drawing. His work shows remarkable talent, though recently the subject matter has become concerning. It was the concerning part that had first brought the case to our attention. The shift happened gradually, according to the file. Thomas's drawings began to feature a recurring figure, tall, featureless except for unusually long fingers and what appeared to be a wide, stretched smile. Always positioned near people, often standing behind them or at their bedside. I removed one such drawing from its sleeve, holding it under the desk lamp. The paper felt cool against my fingertips, a crude crayon sketch of what was clearly Sarah's bedroom, with Sarah lying in bed. Beside her stood the figure, its disproportionately long arm reaching toward her. The level of detail in Sarah's face was disturbing, eyes wide with what could only be described as terror. When his mother had asked about the figure, Thomas's response was what triggered the initial call to social services. "That's the man who tells me your secrets." The social worker's report was methodical, detailing multiple visits to the Westlake home. No signs of abuse or neglect. Home environment suitable. Mother attentive and engaged. The boy well-adjusted despite his introversion. No history of trauma. The drawings were attributed to an overactive imagination, possibly influenced by glimpses of inappropriate media content. But something hadn't felt right, the careful precision of Sarah's home. The way Thomas would stare silently at visitors, his small hand moving across paper, recording every detail of their appearance. The slight tremor in Sarah's voice when she discussed her son's talent. I picked up another photograph, one of Thomas himself, dark eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. A serious expression unusual for a child his age. Thin fingers holding a crayon with surprising dexterity. The recording device on my desk hummed softly as I dictated notes. Westlake case, supplementary review. Subject began producing drawings of unknown figure approximately 3 months before initial report. Figure consistently depicted with elongated limbs and facial distortion. Child claims figure tells secrets. Mother exhibits signs of anxiety during questioning. The case took an unexpected turn when Sarah Westlake was found unconscious in her bedroom 6 months after our initial investigation. Prescription medication overdose, non-fatal but concerning. No suicide note, though she later claimed it was accidental. She had simply lost track of how many pills she'd taken for her insomnia. When officers responded to the scene, they found Thomas sitting at the kitchen table, drawing. The illustration showed his mother on her bed, pills scattered on the nightstand, and the familiar dark figure standing over her. When asked when he had drawn this, Thomas replied simply, "Before it happened." I placed this drawing side by side with a photograph taken by the responding officer. The similarities were undeniable, from the position of Sarah's body to the exact number of pills on the nightstand. The psychiatrist's report suggested that Thomas might have witnessed his mother taking the pills and processed the traumatic event through his artwork. But that didn't explain how the drawing was completed before the officers arrived. I leaned back in my chair, listening to the rain intensify against the windows. The archives felt particularly empty tonight, the silence broken only by the occasional settling of the old building and the steady drip from a leaky pipe somewhere in the ceiling. The case remained officially classified as a non-criminal incident. Sarah recovered. Thomas was temporarily placed with his maternal grandmother while his mother underwent psychiatric evaluation, and eventually the family was reunited under regular monitoring. The file noted that Thomas's concerning drawings had stopped. Case closed. Except I couldn't stop thinking about something Sarah had said during our follow-up interview. I fumbled through the transcripts until I found it. Interviewer: has Thomas explained more about the figure in his drawings? S. Westlake: he says it's been with him since he was very little, that it watches people and tells him things about them, things they don't want anyone to know. Interviewer: like what? S. Westlake: pause, like how my mother used to lock me in the closet when I was bad. I never told anyone that, not even Thomas's father. I pulled out my personal notebook where I'd kept additional observations not included in the official report. There was a notation about Thomas's grandmother, how she had seemed unusually apprehensive around the boy during the home visits, how she would flinch slightly whenever he looked at her for too long. The case had officially been closed for 2 years now. Sarah and Thomas had moved to another state. The last update indicated that Thomas was doing well in his new school, still drawing but with more age-appropriate subjects. Sarah had gotten married. Life had moved on. And yet here I was, poring over their file in the middle of the night, unable to shake the feeling that we had missed something fundamental about Thomas Westlake. My phone vibrated on the desk, the screen illuminating with an email notification. The subject line made my heart skip: Westlake case, new information. The message was from a detective in Vermont where the Westlakes had relocated. Attached was a scan of a drawing unmistakably Thomas's style, though more refined now. It showed his new stepfather asleep in a chair, the familiar dark figure standing behind him, long fingers resting on the man's shoulders. Below it, in careful handwriting, he says he's going to stop his heart tomorrow. The timestamp on the email was from yesterday. With fingers that suddenly felt numb, I dialed the number included in the email. It rang 3 times before a tired voice answered. Detective Harlow speaking. This is Detective Ross from the original Westlake case, I said, my voice echoing slightly in the empty archives. I just saw your email about Thomas's drawing. Is everyone? The stepfather had a massive heart attack this morning, Harlow interrupted. Pronounced dead at the scene. The mother is hysterical, keeps saying the boy knew it would happen. I look down at the drawing still displayed on my phone screen. The dark figure seemed to stare back at me, its featureless face somehow conveying satisfaction. "There's something else," Harlow continued, his voice dropping lower. "We found dozens of drawings hidden in the boy's room. People in the neighborhood, teachers at his school, the family doctor, all with that same figure standing nearby, and dates written on them." Future dates, I guessed, the chill in the archives suddenly seeping into my bones. "Yes," Harlow confirmed, "the earliest is next Tuesday, a neighbor." I looked back at the original case file spread across the desk, at the innocent face of 7-year-old Thomas Westlake, the child who drew shadows, the child who knew secrets no one had told him, the child who somehow saw what was coming. "I'm catching the next flight out," I said, already reaching for my coat. "Don't let that boy draw anything else." As I gathered the files, my eye caught on one last detail I had somehow missed before, a small note from Thomas's art teacher, jotted in the margin of her evaluation. "Asks for black crayon more than any other color. Says he needs it for the shadows that follow people." Outside, the rain had stopped, but the darkness felt heavier than before. I couldn't help but wonder if, somewhere in that darkness, something was watching, something with long fingers and a wide smile, something that whispered secrets. And I wondered if, at this very moment, a small hand was carefully drawing my own shadow, darker and longer than it should be. Story 6. I still remember the first time I stepped into the Harmon mansion. The scent of aged wood and forgotten memories hung in the air like an invisible mist. My footsteps echoed across the hardwood floor, creating a rhythm that seemed to match the beating of my heart. As a detective specializing in cold cases, I'd seen my share of historic homes, but something about this Victorian masterpiece felt different. Not just old, but watchful. "Detective Mercer, thank you for coming on such short notice," said Alina Harmon, her voice barely above a whisper. Her fingers trembled slightly as she handed me a cup of tea. "I know how this must sound, but I'm not imagining things." I nodded, letting her take her time. People always assume we rush witnesses, but silence often reveals more than questions. I watched her eyes drift toward the ornate wall panels of the study where we sat. "It started 3 months ago," she continued, "just after I inherited this place from my great-aunt Vivian. At first I thought it was the house settling. These old places make all sorts of noises. But then I began to hear conversations, whispers coming from inside the walls." I took a slow sip of tea, allowing the warmth to spread through my chest before responding. "Many old houses have peculiar acoustics, Ms. Harmon. Perhaps you're hearing neighbors or street noise channeled through the vents." Alina shook her head. "The whispers mention me by name, detective. They know things about me, private things I've only written in my journal." The grandfather clock in the corner marked the passing of seconds with soft, persistent clicks. I made a note in my small leather-bound notebook, the scratch of my pen against paper unnaturally loud in the quiet room. "When did you first notice they were speaking about you specifically?" I asked. 3 weeks ago, I was reading in the bedroom upstairs when I heard my name clear as day. Then details about my childhood in Rochester, about my fear of deep water after my brother's accident. She paused, eyes widening slightly. "I never told anyone about that. It's only in my journal." That evening I returned to my apartment and opened the case file I'd started. Alina Harmon, 34, art conservator at the Metropolitan Museum, no history of mental illness. The previous owner, Vivian Harmon, had died peacefully at 93. The house had been in the family for generations, nothing unusual in public records. Yet something about Aliner's quiet terror stayed with me. I've interviewed hundreds of witnesses over my 15 years with the department. I know the difference between paranoia and genuine fear. Aliner wasn't seeking attention. She was afraid to even voice her concerns. The following day, I returned to the mansion with sound equipment. Aliner led me through the house, pointing out spots where the whispers seemed strongest. We placed digital recorders in various rooms, focusing on the master bedroom and study. "They're clearest at night," she said, her voice so soft I had to lean closer to hear. "Usually between midnight and 3. "I'll return tomorrow to collect the equipment," I told her. "In the meantime, try to note the exact times you hear anything." That night I researched the history of the Harmon Mansion. Built in 1887 by railroad tycoon William Harmon, it had remained in the family ever since. No reported deaths beyond natural causes, no notorious crimes. The only unusual note was a renovation in 1967 when several walls were rebuilt. 24 hours later, I sat in my dimly lit office, headphones on, listening to hours of recordings. Most contained nothing but the ordinary sounds of an old house, the gentle hum of the heating system, occasional creaks of timber expanding and contracting. Then at 2:17 a.m. on the recorder placed in the master bedroom, a whisper. I adjusted the volume, replayed the section. There it was again, faint but distinct. Aliner knows too much, just like her aunt. A chill ran through me despite the warmth of my office. I replayed the section 3 more times, enhancing the audio with each pass. The voice was barely audible, but the words were unmistakable. I returned to the mansion the next morning. Aliner looked as though she hadn't slept, dark circles shadowing her eyes. "You found something," she said, not a question. I nodded, placing my recorder on the coffee table between us. "I'd like to examine the walls in your bedroom, if that's all right." With her permission, I brought in a structural engineer who arrived with thermal imaging equipment. We scanned the walls of the master bedroom while Aliner watched from the doorway, arms wrapped tightly around herself. "There's a void here," the engineer said, pointing to a section of wall between the bedroom and adjacent study. "Not uncommon in these old houses, but this looks deliberate. There's something inside." With Aliner's authorization, we carefully cut into the drywall. The dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows as we worked, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. When we finally peeled back the section of wall, none of us was prepared for what we found. Pages, dozens of them, yellowed with age, carefully plastered to the interior wall surface. Some appeared to be from journals, others from letters, and there, in the center, torn pages from Aliner's own journal, recognizable by their distinctive blue ink. "That's impossible," Aliner whispered, her face ashen. "My journal is in my desk drawer. It's been there all along." I checked. Her journal was indeed in her desk, complete and intact. Yet here were exact duplicates of several pages, detailing her private thoughts, fears, and memories. Further examination revealed more disturbing findings. The older papers contained intimate details about previous Harmon women, Aliner's great-aunt Vivian, her grandmother Catherine, stretching back generations. All women who had lived alone in this house, all whose private thoughts somehow ended up inside these walls. Forensic analysis later confirmed the oldest papers dated back to 1967, the year of the renovation. The same year Aliner's great uncle Harold had been committed to a psychiatric institution after claiming he could hear the thoughts of the women in his family. The investigation deepened. Harold Harmon had been a skilled craftsman who had personally handled the renovation work. He had also kept detailed journals of his own, which we discovered in the attic, journals that described his growing obsession with preserving the legacy of Harmon women and his belief that by embedding their thoughts within the house, he could ensure the family's immortality. We found hidden microphones throughout the house, antiquated but ingenious in design. They'd been carefully placed to capture conversations in every room, connected to an old recording system in a concealed space beneath the stairs. But the most disturbing discovery was a small room adjacent to Harold's former workshop in the basement, walls covered with photographs of Aliner taken through windows from across streets in public places. Recent photographs. Harold Harmon had died in the institution 15 years ago, but someone had continued his work. It took another week to uncover the final piece of the puzzle. A caretaker who had worked for the family for decades, a man who had been Harold's apprentice in his youth, a man who had keys to the house and an unwavering devotion to what he called Mr. Harold's grand project. When we arrested him, he showed no remorse. "The walls must remember," he said calmly as we led him away. Mr. Harold understood. The house must know its women. Aliner Harmon sold the mansion the following month. The new owners immediately began extensive renovations, tearing down walls, modernizing systems. They reported no unusual occurrences. But sometimes when I drive past the old Harmon place on quiet nights, I find myself wondering about the nature of obsession, about the thin barrier between admiration and violation, about how the deepest secrets we think are ours alone might echo in unexpected places. And I wonder if the walls are still whispering. Story 7, room 418 was supposed to be vacant. The staff swore no one had checked in. But when the maid entered, she found clothes folded on the bed, a suitcase by the door, and a diary open to the last page. The entry read, "I'm never leaving." I remember the first time I walked into that hotel room, the soft carpet absorbing the sound of my footsteps as I crossed the threshold. The air felt different somehow, heavier, like it was holding its breath. Detective work teaches you to notice these things, the subtle shifts in atmosphere that most people would dismiss. This was my 14th year with the department, and something about room 418 at the Westlake Grand Hotel whispered that this wasn't going to be a routine case. Maria Alvarez, the housekeeper who found the room, stood in the hallway, her cleaning cart pushed against the wall. Her hands trembled slightly as she spoke to Officer Brennan. I nodded to her reassuringly as I passed, the scent of industrial cleaning products trailing in her wake. "Nothing's been touched," Brennan murmured as I approached. "Crime scene unit is on their way." The door to room 418 was propped open with a doorstop. Inside, the space was bathed in amber light from a bedside lamp that no one remembered turning on. The room had the peculiar stillness of a museum diorama, a moment frozen in time, waiting to be studied. A navy blue suitcase stood by the door, expensive but well worn, the kind frequent travelers invest in. On the queen-sized bed, clothes were folded with military precision. 3 button-down shirts in different shades of blue, 2 pairs of slacks, socks, and undergarments, everything aligned with geometric perfection. The diary lay open on the desk beneath the window, leather-bound with creamy pages and neat handwriting. I approached slowly, careful not to disturb anything, and leaned in to read the final entry without touching the paper. "I'm never leaving. 4 syllables that made the back of my neck prickle. The handwriting was steady, deliberate, not the frantic scrawl of someone in distress, but the calm declaration of a decision already made. "Hotel records?" I asked, turning to Brennan. "That's the thing," he replied, flipping through his notepad. "According to the system, this room has been empty for 3 days. Last guest checked out on Monday morning. Room was cleaned, inspected, and locked. No one's been assigned to it since." I glanced at the keycard reader on the door. Security footage. Being pulled now. Manager says the electronic lock would have recorded every entry, but the system shows no one's used a key since housekeeping on Monday. The mystery deepened as I continued my survey of the room. The bathroom was spotless, but a single toothbrush stood in the holder by the sink. No toothpaste, no other toiletries, just the toothbrush, blue and white, still damp. "Whose bag is that?" I asked, nodding toward the suitcase. "No identification that we can see. We're waiting for the warrant before opening it." A soft knock on the doorframe announced the arrival of the crime scene unit. I stepped back to give them space, my mind already assembling the puzzle pieces. Who stays in a hotel room that isn't registered to them? Who arranges their belongings with such precision, then disappears? The next morning I sat in my office, staring at the contents of the suitcase spread across my desk. Everything catalogued, photographed, analyzed. 3 days worth of clothes. A paperback novel with a bookstore receipt from Chicago used as a bookmark. A phone charger but no phone. A small velvet pouch containing a man's wedding ring, and not a single piece of identification. The diary proved equally mysterious. Most pages were blank. The entries began just 1 week prior with short, cryptic notes. Day 1 arrived, the view is as I remembered. Day 2, watch them come and go, they don't notice anything. Day 3, the routine is comforting, I could stay forever. And then that final entry, I'm never leaving. The hotel security footage showed nothing unusual. No one entering room 418 who shouldn't be there. The electronic lock records matched the hotel's story. The room had only been accessed by housekeeping on Monday, yet somehow someone had been inside. I sipped my coffee, now cold, and pulled up the guest records for the previous month. Room 418 had been occupied on and off, typical for a business hotel. Nothing stood out until I noticed a pattern, a recurrence of single-night stays, always midweek, always paid in cash, always registered under different names. The desk clerk who'd handled most of these check-ins was named Thomas Larson. 23 years old, worked the overnight shift for the past year. I decided he was worth talking to. The hotel lobby had that peculiar midday lull. Checkout was over. Check-in hadn't begun. Thomas Larson fidgeted in his chair across from me, his uniform tie slightly askew. "I remember those guests, sure," he said, eyes darting to his manager who stood a discreet distance away. Business travelers, I thought. They always asked for a high floor, always paid cash. "They," I asked, catching the plural. Thomas blinked. Well, I assumed it was different people. The names were different. But was it the same person? His hesitation told me everything. I'm not supposed to. "Thomas," I said gently, "we're trying to figure out if someone might be in trouble. No one's accusing you of anything." He sighed, shoulders slumping. It was the same guy, mid-50s, gray at the temples, nice suits but tired eyes, you know. He'd slip me $50 to register him under whatever name he gave that night and to not require ID. Did he ever say why? I figured he was having an affair, but he was always alone when I saw him, never brought anyone up. I showed him a photo we'd found in the room, tucked between the pages of the diary. A family portrait, man, woman, two teenage children, all smiling against a backdrop of autumn leaves. "That's him," Thomas confirmed, "the guy who stayed in 418. The man's name was Edward Mercer, successful investment banker from Chicago, married for 22 years to Claire Mercer, father to Sarah and Michael, ages 19 and 17. And according to his wife, he had died 6 months ago, cardiac arrest on a business trip to Boston. Yet here he was, staying repeatedly in room 418, leaving cryptic diary entries and then vanishing again. I sat across from Claire Mercer in her tasteful living room in Winnetka, Illinois. The same family photo from the hotel room stood framed on her mantel. "Mrs. Mercer," I began carefully, "I know this might sound unusual, but we have reason to believe your husband may have been staying at the Westlake Grand Hotel in our city as recently as last week." She didn't gasp or cry out. Instead, a strange calmness settled over her features. "Show me what you have," she said quietly. I placed the diary on her coffee table. She didn't reach for it. "Edward always kept a journal," she said, "but this isn't his handwriting." The revelation hit me like cold water. I pulled out my phone and showed her a photo of the diary entries. "No," she confirmed. "Edward wrote in all capitals, always has, this is someone else." "And the suitcase, the clothes." "The suitcase could be his. He had one like it. The clothes." She shook her head. "Edward would never wear those colors." Something wasn't adding up. "Mrs. Mercer, is there any chance, and I apologize for asking this, that your husband might have?" I struggled to find a delicate way to phrase it. "Faked his death," she finished for me, a sad smile playing at her lips. "No, detective, I identified his body myself. Edward is buried in Graceland Cemetery. You're welcome to exhume him if you need proof." 2 days later, I was back in room 418. The hotel had agreed to keep it vacant while we investigated. I sat on the edge of the bed, looking around at the now empty space, trying to see what I was missing. The phone on the nightstand rang, startling me. After 4 rings, I picked it up. "Hello." Static crackled on the line, then a man's voice, distant and hollow. "I told you, I'm never leaving." The line went dead. I checked with the front desk. No calls had been routed to room 418. The room phone wasn't even supposed to be connected. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Edward Mercer, a man who had died but somehow kept returning to the same hotel room, about the diary written in handwriting that wasn't his, about clothes he wouldn't wear. The answer came to me as dawn broke over the city. I returned to the hotel, this time heading straight for the basement, where the maintenance office was located. Frank Dahlin had worked maintenance at the Westlake Grand for 30 years. His small office was cluttered with tools and spare parts. On his desk stood a family photo, himself, much younger, with a woman and a young boy. "Your son?" I asked, nodding toward the picture. Frank glanced up, then back down at the work order I'd interrupted. "Yes, Thomas." "Thomas Larson, the front desk clerk." His hands stilled. He uses his mother's name professionally. Hotel policy discourages family members working together. I studied Frank more carefully, in his 50s, gray at the temples, tired eyes. You have master keys to all the rooms, don't you, Frank, and knowledge of the electronic lock systems. He didn't answer. Thomas helped you, didn't he, registering those stays under false names, letting you use a room that was supposed to be empty. Room 418. Frank's voice was barely audible. I met Edward Mercer when he stayed here last year. We were the same age, but he had everything I never achieved: success, wealth, a family that was still together. So you, decided to become him? No, Frank said, finally looking up. I just wanted to know what it felt like to be someone else for a night, someone whose life hadn't fallen apart. And the diary, the clothes. I was going to put everything back. I needed one more night. I looked at the broken man before me, who had created an elaborate fantasy life in a hotel room that should have been empty. Not a criminal, really, just someone lost. The phone call to room 418 yesterday, that was you. He nodded slowly. I saw you go in. I knew it was over. As I drove back to the station with Frank Dolan in the back seat, charged with trespassing and unauthorized use of hotel property, I thought about those 4 words in the diary. I'm never leaving. Sometimes I've learned the most haunting crime scenes aren't where violence has occurred, but where desperation has taken root, where someone has tried to escape their own life by stepping into someone else's, even if just for a night in room 418. Story 8, it was sealed with wax, addressed to her in delicate handwriting, but when she opened it, the message was chilling. You're not supposed to be here. Leave before it's too late. And at the bottom, a signature that matched her own. I still remember the weight of the case file in my hands as I first reviewed the details. The manila folder was thick with photographs, interview transcripts, and forensic reports, all centered around what began as a simple letter. The paper was cool between my fingers as I traced the edge of the crimson wax seal that had been carefully preserved in an evidence bag. The victim's name was Alina Winters, a 34-year-old archivist who had recently moved to the small coastal town of Maplewood. She had taken a position at the Historical Society, cataloging documents from the town's founding families. The society was housed in a Victorian mansion that overlooked the bay, a beautiful building with creaking floorboards and windows that whistled during storms. I visited the Historical Society on a Tuesday morning. Rain tapped gently against the tall windows, creating a soothing rhythm that echoed through the high-ceilinged rooms. The air inside smelled of old books and furniture polish, with undertones of the sea carried in on the breeze. Alina's workspace was in the back corner of the library, a desk positioned between 2 tall bookshelves. It remained untouched since her disappearance 3 weeks prior. She was meticulous, explained Martha Donovan, the society's director. Her voice was soft, measured as she gestured toward the desk. Everything had its place. That's why we noticed the letter right away. It wasn't part of her system. The letter had arrived on a Thursday afternoon, delivered with the regular mail. Security footage showed the postal carrier leaving it with the other correspondence, nothing unusual about the delivery. Alina had opened it at 4:17 p.m. according to the timestamp on the society's cameras. The footage showed her face changing, first curiosity, then confusion, and finally a paleness that seemed to wash over her complexion like an incoming tide. She left early that day, Martha continued, her fingers absently smoothing the edge of her cardigan. Didn't even organize her materials, which wasn't like her at all. I studied the letter again in the soft lamplight of my office. The handwriting was flowing, elegant, a style that matched samples of Alina's own writing taken from her apartment. Forensics had confirmed what seemed impossible. The signature at the bottom of the threatening note was indeed Aliner's own. Not a forgery, not a close approximation, but a perfect match to her usual signature. Detective Ramirez settled into the chair across from my desk, the leather creaking slightly under his weight. He placed a steaming cup of coffee before me, the aroma of hazelnut briefly cutting through the sterile office air. "What do we know about her before Maplewood?" he asked, his voice low and unhurried. Aliner had lived in Boston for most of her adult life. No criminal record, good credit score, a small but consistent social circle. Her previous employer gave glowing reviews. Parents deceased, one sister living in Seattle who reported nothing unusual in their last phone conversation 2 days before the letter arrived. "And after she received the letter," I prompted. Ramirez flipped open his worn notebook. Security camera at a gas station caught her at 9:43 p.m. that night, filling up her Subaru. Convenience store clerk remembers her buying a large coffee and looking, in his words, spooked. Credit card was used at a motel off Highway 16 around midnight. No activity after that. Her car was found 3 days later, parked at a trailhead in the National Forest 50 miles north of Maplewood. Search teams combed the area for weeks. No sign of Aliner. The rain continued its gentle cadence against my window as I spread photographs across my desk. Aliner's apartment looked like she intended to return, dishes drying on the rack, a half-read book placed face down on her nightstand, a charging phone still plugged into the wall. Only her passport and a small amount of cash were missing from their usual places. I closed my eyes, letting the rhythm of the rain wash over me as I tried to piece together what might have happened. The letter kept returning to my thoughts, the impossibility of that signature, the personal nature of the threat. "You're not supposed to be here. Leave before it's too late." What had Aliner found in those old archives? What had she seen that someone didn't want discovered? 2 months into the investigation, we received our first substantial lead. A librarian from Aliner's previous job in Boston called after seeing a news story about the case. Aliner was researching something on her own time, the woman explained, her voice crackling over the phone line. Family histories. She was fixated on finding connections between certain families in Boston and Maplewood. I felt the familiar tingle at the base of my neck, the sensation that often preceded a breakthrough. Did she mention which families? The Caldwells were one, and the Petersons. She seemed particularly interested in a journal from the 1890s that mentioned both families and some kind of agreement between them. The Caldwell name was familiar, one of Maplewood's founding families, with descendants still occupying positions of influence in the town. The current mayor was a Caldwell, as was the president of the town's only bank. That evening I returned to the Historical Society after hours. Martha let me in, the keys jingling softly in her hand. The building felt different in the darkness, more imposing, with shadows stretching across the hardwood floors like long fingers. Aliner had requested these documents shortly before the letter, Martha said, leading me to a cabinet in the archives room. The lock clicked open and she pulled out a box of folders. She spent hours with them. Under the soft glow of a desk lamp, I carefully examined the documents. Most were land deeds, business agreements, and correspondence between the Caldwell and Peterson families dating back to the 1890s. Nothing seemed immediately suspicious until I came across a thin leather journal, its pages yellow with age. The journal belonged to a Margaret Peterson, who wrote in delicate script about her concerns regarding a business arrangement between the families. She described a terrible secret that bound the families together, something involving the original founding of Maplewood and the source of the Caldwells' fortune. The last entry was dated June 17, 1893. I fear what will happen should this come to light. They have made it clear that silence is the only path forward. I have received a warning today that I cannot ignore. A chill ran through me despite the stuffiness of the archives room. I turned to Martha, who stood watching me with an unreadable expression. Did Elena make copies of any of these documents? Martha nodded slowly. She scanned several pages, said she wanted to cross-reference them with records in Boston. And where would those scans be? On her computer, I suppose, or her email. We never found them here. Eleanor's email account revealed nothing, no scanned documents, no messages about her research. Her laptop had been in her apartment, password protected, with nothing unusual in the browsing history. It seemed she had been careful about her discoveries. 6 months after Eleanor's disappearance, a hiker found a weathered backpack wedged between rocks near a stream, 5 miles from where her car had been discovered. Inside was a waterproof pouch containing Eleanor's passport, some cash, and a USB drive. The files on the drive were encrypted, but our tech team eventually gained access. What we found was a carefully documented history of what appeared to be a centuries-old cover-up. The Caldwell family's fortune hadn't come from shipping and trade as town history claimed, but from something darker, something that had required the complicity of the Peterson family and others to conceal. Eleanor had uncovered evidence suggesting that the original Caldwell patriarch had deliberately caused a shipwreck, resulting in the deaths of over 60 immigrants. He had then claimed their possessions and used the money to establish his business empire and found Maplewood. More disturbing were the connections Eleanor had made between people who had attempted to uncover this history over the years and their subsequent disappearances or unexpected deaths. She had created a timeline spanning back to the 1890s. Researchers, journalists, even a distant Peterson relative who had started asking questions, all vanishing or suffering tragic accidents. The most recent name on her list was dated just 2 years prior, a graduate student who had been researching New England maritime disasters for his thesis. His body had washed ashore after an apparent boating accident. And then there was the final document on the drive, a scanned image of a letter Eleanor herself had received 10 years earlier when she was a graduate student briefly researching New England family histories. The handwriting was identical to the letter she had received at the Historical Society. "You're not supposed to be here. Leave before it's too late." The signature at the bottom matched her own. It was as if she had been warned years ago, had heeded that warning, and then somehow forgotten or ignored it when she took the position in Maplewood. I sat in my silent office long into the night, the rain having given way to a heavy fog that pressed against my windows like a living thing. What had happened to Eleanor Winters? Had she fled, knowing what had happened to others who pursued this history, or had she met the same fate as those who came before her? The investigation continues, though it has grown cold. The current mayor, Caldwell, expressed appropriate concern and offered the resources of the town to help find the poor woman, as he referred to her. The Historical Society created a small scholarship in Eleanor's name. Sometimes when I visit Maplewood, I stand on the cliffs overlooking the bay, watching the waves crash against the rocks below. I think about secrets that stay buried for generations, protected by those with everything to lose. I think about Alina, who might have known too much and not quite enough to save herself. And occasionally, when I check my mail, I find myself hesitating before opening an envelope, wondering what warning might be waiting inside, addressed in handwriting I might recognize as my own. Story 9. She entered the old house, a swirl of dust dancing in the still air. Abandoned for years, its walls shedding paint, its furniture cloaked in sheets. Each step felt like a journey frozen in time except for one peculiar detail. The doors, every one she opened, led back to the same room. No matter the path she chose, she always found herself back in the parlor. The only escape was the way she had come, but when she turned, the front door had vanished. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body had transformed the once forgotten Victorian into a scene of mystery and dread. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved through the dim interior like specters. The house had gained a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun wildly, where whispers of unseen eyes watching sent shivers down spines. Now it held secrets far graver than mere tales. The initial examination suggests she passed 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible. Death by asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands resting neatly in her lap as if awaiting a visitor. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence. The stillness of the scene unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who found the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, sitting there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. Since the passing of its previous owner, Alina Blackwood, nearly 5 years ago, the house had stood empty, a relic of past disputes and forgotten memories. Unwanted, unsold, a haven for vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had been drawn to its enigmatic allure. Known for her meticulous nature and fascination with spaces that defied norms, the abandoned Victorian beckoned to her curious spirit. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. Investigations unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries detailed peculiar echoes, sudden cold patches, and doors that defied logic by leading to different places with each opening. In her final notes, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial anomalies. Yet, this equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy uncovered an unexpected detail, a trace of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the amount in her system was not fatal. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend insisted. Morgan was diligent in her approach to research. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception willingly. Deleted messages retrieved from Morgan's phone revealed conversations with a kindred spirit fascinated by the mysteries of the house. Their exchanges grew intimate and enigmatic, hinting at a shared understanding of its enigmas. The house retains its memories, read one message. It yearns for someone to comprehend. The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had engaged in discussions with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena captivated her, evolving their professional rapport into a personal connection. Reeves, when questioned, expressed genuine grief over Morgan's tragic fate. "The house is infamous," he explained. "The original architect wove illusions and distortions into its design, meant to befuddle and disorient. Morgan believed there was a deeper layer to it beyond mere tricks of architecture." However, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the time of Morgan's passing, substantiated by security footage of him lecturing at a university symposium miles away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, now residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he disclosed a family secret buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish in that house," he disclosed. "Others succumbed there too, always found in the parlor, always at peace. The family termed it the claiming." He provided aging journals chronicling deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or strokes. The recurring pattern was evident: individuals spending time in the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically referred to as the influence. A secondary search of the premises uncovered a concealed compartment behind the parlor hearth. Within, investigators unearthed Morgan's missing equipment alongside a startling find: an alcove housing artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a geometric configuration. At its heart lay a weathered figurine, embodying a deity linked to liminal spaces, thresholds between realms. Traces of the alkaloid matched that in Morgan's system. The investigation veered with the revelation that someone else had been present at Morgan's passing, indicated by dust patterns and unidentified fingerprints on doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his residence. Like Morgan, he was found seated, countenance serene, the alkaloid present in his body. In his grasp, a key unmatched to his apartment locks, yet fitting snugly into the hidden compartment of the Victorian. In his final correspondence, addressed to himself as though preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct: the doors led where they always have, but something deceives you into believing you're going in circles. Once you grasp the reality, you can depart at will, yet by then you may choose not to. The case, officially unresolved, remains classified as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian, now condemned and cordoned off by authorities, remains a subject of eerie fascination. Whispers persist of lights flickering within on certain nights, of visitors entering but never emerging. Some locals allege the house lays claim to those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. Others posit that Morgan and Reeves unearthed something ancient and potent, existing in the shadows between conventional truths. The verity lingers as elusive as an exit in a house where every doorway leads back to the beginning. Story 10. In the hushed stillness of the night, the house stood silent, a relic of secrets untold. For years it had remained vacant, a solemn witness to the passage of time. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that echoed through the empty rooms. When the new tenants arrived, drawn by the allure of a fresh start, they were met with a chilling mystery. The bedroom, a sanctuary frozen in time, was locked from within, as if guarding a hidden truth. With trepidation, they forced the door open, breaking the seal of years gone by. The air within was heavy with neglect, a tapestry woven from dust and forgotten memories. Yet amidst the stillness, something stirred, an unsettling presence that lingered like a ghostly whisper. The bed lay immaculately made, the mirror gleaming in eerie perfection. And there upon the desk, a solitary candle stood as a sentinel of the past, its wax a solemn testimony to time's ceaseless march. As the flickering flame cast dancing shadows upon the walls, their eyes fell upon the relic that beckoned from the shadows, the notebook, its pages adorned with the ink of a lost soul. Detective Morgan, a seeker of truths veiled in shadows, pored over the cryptic words that spilled forth from the pen of Elise Winters, a name etched in the annals of mystery. Her elegant script danced across the pages, a chronicle of a life interrupted, a tale of whispers and shadows. The final entry, a haunting echo of a night shrouded in fear, bore the weight of secrets long buried. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words whispered, each letter etched with a trembling hand. "If something happens, know that it wasn't random." The room bore witness to the silent vigil of the past, a stage frozen in time where the drama of a life unraveled. The detective, a weaver of threads unseen, uncovered a tapestry of deceit that lay hidden beneath the surface of polished facades. Elise, a paralegal entwined in a web of corporate intrigue, had stumbled upon a truth that threatened to unravel the tapestry of lies carefully spun by those in power. Her pursuit of justice had led her down a path fraught with peril, a path that culminated in her disappearance. As the investigation unfurled, a tapestry of betrayal and greed emerged, a tapestry woven from the threads of corrupted souls. The bedroom, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, held within its walls the key to a mystery that defied the passage of time. In the shadows of the night, a faint scent lingered, a whisper of a presence long gone, a specter that haunted the corridors of the mind. The truth lay hidden in plain sight, waiting to be unveiled by the seeker of lost truths. The house, a sentinel of secrets, stood as a testament to the enduring legacy of those who dared to defy the darkness. The whispers of the past echoed through the empty halls, a requiem for a life lost but not forgotten. As the moon cast its silvery light upon the abandoned house, a sense of peace descended, a lullaby of whispers that beckoned the weary to rest. The mysteries of the locked room remained veiled in shadows, a riddle waiting to be unraveled by the light of truth. And so the house stood silent once more, a guardian of secrets that whispered in the night, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who dared to seek justice in the face of darkness. Story 11: The Realtor's Enigmatic Discovery. The listing by the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints revealed no trace of it. But as the family peeled back the worn carpet in their new home, they stumbled upon a hidden door. A door with a heavy, rusted handle that took 3 of them to pry open. A rush of stale air, thick with the scent of damp earth, greeted them as they descended the steps into darkness. They anticipated finding storage space, yet what they encountered was far more unsettling. In the dim light, they discovered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows on the walls. And there, hung in a row, were photographs of themselves, images captured from within the walls of their own home. The Mercer family had embraced the charm of their suburban property, a 2-story structure with faded siding and creaking floors, thinking it held character and history. Little did they know the depth of history the house harbored and how profoundly it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already at work, securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had quivered over the phone as she relayed the disturbing discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else enters," Connors directed, donning latex gloves with practiced ease. The flash of cameras illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight as they reached the small basement space, its concrete walls painted a somber gray. A single chair stood anchored to the floor, while above it the bare bulb cast unsettling shadows that danced in the still air. But it was the line of photographs that held their gaze, 37 snapshots arranged in a chilling sequence. "These go back almost a month," noted Connor's partner, studying the timestamps on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer asleep, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their rooms." The investigation unveiled no signs of forced entry, no evidence of theft. The security system had remained silent. What had been stolen was their privacy, their sense of security. As the forensics team combed through the basement, they discovered fingerprints, some belonging to previous owners of the house. Records revealed a pattern of short-lived occupants, with each family selling the property within a year, each unaware of the hidden basement. "We need to interview every past owner," Connors instructed, flipping through her notes. The case darkened as they delved into the property's murky past. Inconsistencies in records, altered blueprints, and redacted reports hinted at a sinister mystery. A breakthrough came when they tracked down the contractor who had renovated the house years earlier. His denial of the existence of the basement raised chilling questions. "That room isn't real," he insisted, trembling. Digital forensics unearthed hundreds more images from a hidden memory card, revealing an intricate surveillance network that spanned generations of residents. The discovery of audio recordings heightened the sense of intrusion, capturing intimate moments and private conversations. "We must search every crevice," Connors urged, her tone urgent. Hidden behind the photographs, they found a concealed passage leading to a monitoring station, a chilling testament to a voyeur's obsession. A journal detailed meticulous observations, matching the handwriting of the house's original builder, Edward Kelvin. His disappearance from public records raised alarms, his presence lingering within the walls he had constructed. The manhunt led to Kelvin's discovery, curled in a hidden space, his existence woven with delusions of ownership over the house and its occupants. He spoke of the families as characters in his play, his detachment unsettling. Psychological evaluations painted a portrait of a man lost in his elaborate surveillance, convinced of his guardianship over the property. The Mercer family, like those before them, fled the house, leaving behind a specter of intrusion. The trial unraveled the intricate web of surveillance Kelvin had spun, turning the house into a stage for his clandestine observations. As the jury rendered its verdict, Kelvin remained detached, lost in his world of shadows and secrets. The property was razed, erasing the physical remnants of Kelvin's voyeurism. But for the families who had unwittingly shared their lives with him, the scars of violation lingered, a haunting reminder of the unseen eyes that had watched over them. In quiet moments, they found themselves casting wary glances at air vents, light fixtures, and shadowed corners, questioning if they were truly alone, wondering if they ever had been. The house may have fallen, but the echoes of its dark history reverberated in the hearts of those who had unknowingly played their roles in Kelvin's twisted drama. Story 12. Once upon a time, there was a flicker in the stillness, a tiny disturbance in the realm of the baby monitor's gaze. At first, it was dismissed as mere interference, a glitch in the digital tapestry of the night. But then the audio crackled, a soft whisper slipping through the static, "SHHH, go back to sleep." The mother's heart skipped a beat as her blood turned cold, a chill creeping down her spine. With trembling hands, she hurried to her son's room, the urgency of a mother's love propelling her forward. But as she flung open the door, her worst fears were realized. The crib stood empty, a void where her precious child should have been nestled in slumber. The window stood closed, the door firmly locked, yet the room felt tainted, a sense of unease hanging heavy in the air. The only witness to the silent intrusion was a stuffed rabbit, abandoned on the floor, its glassy black eyes staring up with an unsettling knowingness. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, echoing through the empty halls until her voice grew hoarse and raw. The neighbors, stirred from their own slumber, called for help, their concern drawing emergency services to the scene. When the authorities arrived, they found Rebecca on the nursery floor, cradling the stuffed rabbit close to her chest, her eyes haunted by the loss that had stolen into her home. Samuel, the innocent babe, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that no amount of searching could fill. The investigation that followed was shrouded in mystery, a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit together. No signs of forced entry marred the sanctity of the home, the security system standing guard through the night, its vigilance unbroken. The baby monitor's footage held the only clue: a spectral voice, a whisper in the dark, and the crackle of static disrupting the silence of the night. How could an intruder slip through the cracks of security, pluck a child from his crib, and vanish into the night like a wraith, leaving behind only a silent witness in the form of a stuffed toy? Suspicions turned inward, casting shadows on Rebecca, the grieving mother whose pain seemed too raw, too controlled for a heart shattered by loss. Her husband Daniel returned from his travels, his presence a question mark in the narrative that unfolded. The threads of their marriage, strained by the weight of grief and unspoken truths, revealed a tangled web of secrets that threatened to unravel their world. The first glimmer of hope came in the form of microscopic fibers, delicate strands of evidence that hinted at an intruder's ascent, a shadow climbing to the nursery window from the outside world. Security footage whispered of a dark figure moving in the night, a ghostly presence captured in fleeting glimpses. A footprint in the garden soil spoke of a visitor with specialized boots, a mark left behind by a silent intruder. Daniel's return brought more questions than answers, his hands bearing the calluses of a hobby newly acquired, a hobby that hinted at a darker truth. Financial records painted a portrait of desperation, a man drowning in debts that led to drastic measures. The phone calls to an unknown number, the clandestine whispers of a plan unfolding, all pointed to a conspiracy that threatened to tear apart the fragile fabric of a family. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor emerged as a beacon of truth in a sea of lies. Its digital eyes revealed a tale of manipulation, of voices carried on unseen waves, distorting reality in the dead of night. The path of the intrusion led to a basement, a hidden chamber where a woman named Elaine tended to Samuel, a child claimed by shadows and deception. Elaine's surrender held no answers, her vacant eyes betraying a mind lost to grief and longing. The past unfurled in old photographs, in strands of DNA that tied her to a life once lived, now twisted beyond recognition. Daniel's denial crumbled in the face of digital evidence, his involvement in the scheme laid bare for all to see. The trial echoed with the echoes of that whispered voice, the truth hidden in plain sight, waiting to be heard. Daniel's cough, a ghostly echo of his presence at the scene of the crime, sealed his fate in the eyes of justice. The jury's deliberation was swift, the verdict a resounding condemnation of the darkness that had crept into their midst. Rebecca and Samuel fled the shadows of the past, seeking solace in a new beginning far from the ghosts that haunted their steps. The baby monitor lay silent, its watchful gaze a reminder of the truths that lay hidden in the night. The stuffed rabbit remained a silent witness, locked away in a box of memories too painful to confront. As the world moved on, the echoes of that fateful night lingered in the air, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurked in the shadows of technology. Samuel grew up in the light of a new dawn, his laughter a balm to his mother's wounded heart. And as the years passed, Rebecca would look back on that whispered voice with a shiver, knowing that the monitor had spoken the truth, even as it wove a web of lies around them all. Story 13. The apartment had sat vacant for months, collecting layers of silence in its dusty corners. When the new tenants finally crossed its threshold, their expectations were low, a bit of dust, perhaps some abandoned furniture. But there was one door that refused to yield, stubbornly locked from the inside. It stood as a mystery within a mystery, beckoning with a secretive allure. With a final, determined push, the landlord managed to force it open, revealing a closet that held more than just old coats and forgotten trinkets. Inside, the walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, uneven scratches that seemed to pulse with a silent desperation. And in the dimly lit corner, a relic of the past lay dormant, an ancient flip phone, its battery long drained of life, except for the eerie glow of a single unread message that lingered on the screen like a ghostly whisper. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the uncanny, felt a shiver run down her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or violence that unnerved her, but the silent plea etched into those scratch marks, a silent scream of captivity and struggle. "We need forensics here now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured every haunting detail through his lens. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did," a chilling revelation that sent a ripple of unease through the air, like a whisper from the shadows of the past. The landlord, a jittery figure with perpetually moist palms, nervously recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. A young woman kept to herself, left in a hurry about 6 months back, he mumbled, his eyes darting away from the closet as if afraid of what lurked within. Forensics unveiled a grim truth hidden within the scratches, traces of blood, mostly belonging to one person, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported absent from her job when she suddenly ceased to show up. But there were 2 other DNA samples discovered, a puzzling mystery that defied easy explanations. Shaw's investigation uncovered a web of secrets intertwined with the missing woman's life. Emma's apartment whispered of interrupted routines, unopened mail, a mug left unwashed, a bed neatly made. Her phone records revealed a sudden silence in her regular calls to her sister, punctuated by a flurry of unknown numbers that had dialed her in the weeks leading to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed informed, his voice tinged with a sense of foreboding. No name, just descriptions of him being intense and private. As the pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, a chilling pattern emerged. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure, cloaked in anonymity, entering Emma's building shortly after her on that fateful night, his features obscured by a baseball cap and a careful avoidance of security cameras. The key to the enigma lay in the fingerprints found on the closet's doorknob belonging to Derek Mercer, a man believed to be dead for 2 years, his DNA inexplicably fresh on the walls of Emma's prison. "He staged his death," Shaw murmured, her mind racing to unravel the dark strands that connected the missing women to their captor. But the journey into the abyss was far from over. A trail of breadcrumbs led the investigators to another missing person, Lynette Porter, whose disappearance 3 years prior bore uncanny similarities to Emma's vanishing act. A woman matching Lynette's description had been seen frequenting Emma's apartment, drawing a sinister link between the two cases. The hunt for answers took them to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family, where a grim discovery awaited them in the bowels of the basement: a living, breathing Lynette Porter, emaciated and haunted by the horrors she had endured in captivity. "He forced me to watch," Lynette whispered, her eyes vacant, haunted by the specter of her tormentor. "He wanted me to understand the fate of those who dared to flee." Evidence mounted against Derek Mercer, painting a portrait of a twisted mind consumed by a hunger for control and suffering. Journals chronicled his descent into madness, photographs of his victims adorned the walls, and chilling videos captured his depraved acts of dominance. The manhunt for Mercer spanned across jurisdictions, a shadowy figure on the run, his thirst for power unquenched. But as the net closed in around him, Mercer was apprehended at a bus terminal, his bags packed with tools of his trade: duct tape, a hunting knife, and a reminder of his past atrocities in the form of a newspaper clipping. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a calm demeanor, a facade of normalcy that belied the monstrous truth lurking beneath the surface. She sent that message to herself, he claimed, his voice dripping with a perverse sense of justification. She craved the attention, the drama she was never meant to escape. The trial that followed unearthed the macabre tapestry of Mercer's deceit, a web of lies spun to fake his demise, a charade that had allowed him to stalk his victims in the shadows, preying on their vulnerabilities and fears. Emma's body was never recovered, lost to the darkness of that forsaken closet where her screams went unheard, her struggles in vain. The message on the phone, a final plea for justice, a silent cry for help preserved in digital amber. The jury's verdict came swiftly, a resounding condemnation of Mercer's crimes. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life without parole, Mercer's smile flickered, a fleeting glimpse of a mind consumed by its own twisted logic. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter stood tall, her voice ringing with defiance. "He may have trapped us in darkness, but we shall find our way back into the light." The case left an indelible mark on the department, reshaping protocols for missing persons investigations, shining a light on the shadows where predators lurked unseen. Detective Shaw kept a memento from that grim chapter, a fragment of the closet door, a reminder that sometimes the most chilling tales are written not in blood, but in the silent echoes of those who fought against the darkness and lost. Story 14. In the quiet of the night, a mysterious package arrived in the mail, cloaked in secrecy within a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Nestled inside was a solitary brass key, its surface weathered by the hands of time. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah Miller, held the key in her palm, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over her. As Sarah attempted the key in every lock she possessed, a sense of unease crept in as it refused to turn in any of them. This key did not belong to her. Perplexed, she set it down on her coffee table, and in that moment the stagnant air was shattered by a solitary, haunting chime emanating from the old grandfather clock in the hallway, a clock that had long been silenced by the passage of years. Bewildered by this strange occurrence, Sarah reported the unsettling incident to the local authorities. At first, the responding officer brushed off her concerns, attributing the key's arrival to a possible mistake, but Sarah's intuition whispered of darker truths lurking beneath the surface. Reluctantly, the officer took the key into custody, sealing it away in a small evidence bag, a seemingly inconsequential item that would soon unravel into a harrowing tale of hidden horrors within the serene suburban landscape. The case landed on the desk of Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen instinct for unraveling enigmas that defied initial appearances. The brass key lay innocuously on his desk, yet it exuded an unsettling aura that tugged at his senses. Delving into Sarah's background revealed a life free of criminality, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother to grown children scattered across the country. Her life appeared ordinary, devoid of any shadows that might hint at the darkness that now encroached upon her. Forensic examinations yielded no fingerprints on the key save for Sarah's own. The envelope bore no secrets, only a generic postmark from a distant distribution center. The key itself, a common Schlage, showed signs of wear, hinting at a history shrouded in mystery. The breakthrough in the case came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to cross-reference the key's unique pattern in the department's archives. A match emerged from a cold case file dating back 7 years, a key linked to a storage unit that had harbored chilling evidence of unspeakable crimes against women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, the perpetrator elusive, the horrors contained within the unit left unresolved. As Harmon delved deeper into the past, he unearthed a sinister connection, a web of darkness that threatened to engulf all in its path. As the investigation gained momentum, Sarah's unease grew, manifesting in heightened security measures taken to fortify her home against the encroaching shadows. The unanswered question loomed large: why had this key found its way to her? A breakthrough emerged as modern techniques breathed new life into old evidence, leading the investigators down a twisted path that intertwined Sarah's life with that of a man named Harold Jenkins, a shadowy figure whose presence cast a pall over the tranquil neighborhood. Jenkins, a ghost in the wind, had left behind a trail of breadcrumbs deliberately obscured to evade scrutiny. A man of mystery, his past shrouded in enigma, his intentions cloaked in malevolence. The true horror unfurled when a hidden chamber was unearthed beneath a cabin linked to Jenkins, a chamber lined with rows of brass keys, each bearing a name and a date, a macabre catalogue of lives intertwined with death. As the manhunt for Jenkins escalated, the community held its breath, gripped by fear at the revelation of a predator lurking in their midst. The press branded him the Keymaster, a moniker that echoed through the nation, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can fester behind closed doors. The hunt for Jenkins culminated in a tense standoff, a battle of wills that ended in tragedy as he chose to meet his end rather than face justice. But in his wake, Jenkins left behind a legacy of horror, a testament to the depths of depravity lurking within the human soul. And so, Sarah's life was forever altered by the brush of darkness that had grazed her world, leaving her adrift in a sea of unanswered questions and unspoken fears. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of mystery, now stood as a silent sentinel to the terrors that had unfolded in its shadow. The brass keys, mute witnesses to unspeakable crimes, sat in solemn vigil in an evidence locker, a reminder of the fragility of safety, the thin veneer that separates the ordinary from the unspeakable. And as the night settled over the neighborhood once more, a sense of unease lingered in the air, a reminder that not all is as it seems in the stillness of the night. Story 15. In the dim light of the old library, whispers of a forgotten past lingered in the air. The workers, oblivious to the secrets hidden within the walls, carried out their task of demolition. But fate had other plans that day. A clumsy stumble revealed a hidden latch in the ancient bookshelf, triggering a soft click that echoed through the silence. The shelf swung open, unveiling a narrow passage shrouded in shadows, beckoning with a mysterious allure. The workers hesitated, their curiosity piqued as they peered into the hidden room. The air was heavy with the weight of time, untouched by human hands for decades. In the center stood a solitary chair, its presence commanding attention as if frozen in time, bolted firmly to the floor. The walls bore a haunting message, etched repeatedly in a frenzy: "I am still here." A sense of unease crept over the construction foreman as he radioed for the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition now veered into the realm of the unknown. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator, arrived at the scene, his footsteps echoing in the eerie silence of the hidden room. The beam of his flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the cryptic message that adorned the walls, a silent plea from the past. "Secure the scene," Walsh's voice resonated, cutting through the stillness like a blade. The officers obeyed, their movements deliberate as they awaited the arrival of forensic experts. The history of the building whispered tales of a family haunted by tragedy, of a daughter lost to the shadows of the night. Rebecca Harrington, the enigmatic figure at the heart of the mystery, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions. The library, once owned by the prominent Harrington family, now stood as a monument to secrets long buried. As the forensic team delved into the hidden room, a chilling truth began to unravel. Traces of a young woman were found, hair and fibers embedded in the weathered chair, blood and skin cells mingling with the scratches on the walls. The room bore witness to a struggle, a desperate fight against an unseen foe. Walsh delved deeper, his instincts guiding him towards the heart of the darkness. The pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place, revealing a sinister connection to the Harrington family. Maxwell Harrington, the uncle with a shadowed past, emerged as a key figure in the macabre tale. The revelation of Maxwell's twisted obsession with his niece sent shivers down the spines of those involved in the investigation. The journal hidden in his study spoke of dark desires and unspeakable deeds, a damning testament to a mind consumed by madness. When confronted with the evidence, Maxwell's facade crumbled, his guilt laid bare for all to see. The truth, long suppressed, emerged in a chilling confession that echoed through the hidden room. Rebecca's fate, sealed behind the walls of the library, was finally brought to light. The excavation beneath the floorboards uncovered the remains of a life cut short, a silver bracelet glinting in the dim light, a poignant reminder of a young woman's stolen future. Justice, though delayed, found its way to the Harrington family, delivering a verdict that echoed through the halls of the old library. As the community gathered to mourn and remember, a sense of closure descended upon the once forgotten room. Flowers adorned the entrance, a tribute to a life snuffed out too soon, and in the quiet whispers of the past, Rebecca's voice lingered, a ghostly echo proclaiming to the world, "I am still here." Story 16. The motel stood as a relic of forgotten days, its walls bearing the weight of transient souls passing through. A weary clerk handed her the key with a cryptic warning, his eyes holding a mystery he dared not speak. "Remember," he whispered, "avoid the last door on the left." Intrigue danced in her mind as she ventured down the shadowed corridor that night. The handle of the forbidden door sent shivers down her spine, its icy touch a prelude to the secrets held within. To the naked eye, it appeared no different from its companions, Yet as she pressed her ear against its surface, a presence stirred behind the veil of wood. Detective Morgan Reed awoke to a world cloaked in darkness, the crime scene beckoning her with a macabre allure. Crossing the threshold, a metallic tang tainted the air, a scent that spoke of tragedy. Blood had seeped into the fabric of the floor, painting a grim tableau of violence. Amidst the chaos, a young woman lay motionless, her form a stark contrast to the untouched surroundings. Reed knelt beside her, the weight of her gaze meeting vacant eyes that bore witness to a horror left unspoken. The forensic technician's words hung heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the pattern that had unfolded before them. 3 souls lost to the night, their only connection the cruel fate that bound them together. The victim's elegance clashed with the motel's neglect, a juxtaposition that spoke volumes of the darkness that lurked within these walls. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place, Reed found herself standing at the precipice of a truth that defied reason. Back at the station, the walls whispered tales of the fallen, their faces haunting the room where Reed sought answers. The threads of the investigation led her down a labyrinth of deceit, each revelation unraveling a web of lies carefully spun. Elaine Werner's life became a tapestry of secrets, her untimely demise a testament to the shadows that dwell in the hearts of men. Through tear-streaked confessions and trembling hands, the truth began to surface. A man known only as C emerged from the depths of Werner's past, his presence a specter that cast a pall over her memory. Reed delved deeper, unearthing a connection that defied logic. Charles Emerson, a figure of authority, stood at the center of the storm, his facade crumbling under the weight of suspicion. In the dance of interrogation, Emerson's veneer cracked, revealing a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. His denials fell on deaf ears as the evidence mounted against him, painting a portrait of a man consumed by his own desires. The courtroom bore witness to the unraveling of a facade, the mask of civility slipping to reveal the monster that lurked within. As the gavel fell and justice was served, Reed found herself haunted by the echoes of the past. The door on the left case became a cautionary tale, a reminder that darkness can wear many faces. Emerson's sentence echoed through the halls of time, a verdict that offered closure yet left questions unanswered. In the quiet moments that followed, Reed found herself drawn back to that fateful motel, her steps echoing down a corridor of memories. Behind closed doors, the ghosts of the past whispered their truths, a reminder that some secrets are never truly laid to rest. And in the silence of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, their metal a reminder of the lives forever altered by the touch of a killer's hand. Story 17. The tale began innocently enough for Michael and Sarah Klein, the new occupants of a Victorian-era house that whispered secrets of the past. Nestled in the heart of a quiet neighborhood, the house beckoned with its ornate woodwork and high ceilings that echoed with the stories of bygone days. One fateful day, a simple water stain caught Sarah's eye in the master bedroom. As they peeled away the layers of peeling wallpaper, a mysterious discovery awaited them. Scribbled in ink, the name Alina Winters adorned the wall, repeated in a frantic, uneven script that seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. Intrigued and unsettled, the couple delved into the mystery, only to unravel a tale stranger than fiction. Alina Winters, a name unknown to property records, emerged as a missing person from decades past. To their shock, the woman in the faded photograph bore a striking resemblance to the previous owner who had sold them the house, Margaret Cavendish, a woman with silver-streaked dark hair and enigmatic eyes. Driven by curiosity turned obsession, Michael and Sarah embarked on a journey to uncover the truth behind the name on the wall. Their evenings were consumed by research and inquiries, unraveling a web of deception and tragedy that spanned years. As they dug deeper, a hidden space beneath the floorboards revealed a trove of identities belonging to Alina Winters and other aliases, all bearing the face of Margaret Cavendish. The lines between reality and illusion blurred as they unearthed the chilling revelation of a disturbed mind with multiple personalities. Forensic investigations and DNA analysis further deepened the mystery, linking the written name on the wall to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had assumed the identity of Alina Winters in a desperate bid to maintain her fractured reality. The walls of their home became a confessional, revealing the dark secrets of a troubled soul trapped in a cycle of delusion and guilt. With each revelation, the past intertwined with the present, leading to a chilling discovery beneath the garden Alina Winters' remains, finally bringing closure to a long-forgotten tragedy. In a twist of fate, the elusive Margaret Cavendish was unmasked as Rebecca Eldridge, a woman haunted by her fractured mind and the echoes of a crime committed in a jealous rage. The names on the wall served as both a memorial and a testament to a fractured psyche struggling to reconcile truth with illusion. As the investigation unfolded, Michael and Sarah stood witness to a tale of darkness and redemption, their dream home forever marked by the echoes of a past that refused to stay buried. The walls themselves whispered of a murder long concealed, casting a haunting shadow over the once charming Victorian house, a place where reality and illusion intertwined in a dance of mystery and tragedy. Story 18: The Unseen Observer. She always avoided the attic, but the storm's fury forced her to confront its shadows. Up there, amidst the forgotten relics cloaked in dust and cobwebs, stood an old dollhouse. Its intricate design sent shivers through her as she gazed upon the meticulously arranged furniture within. But her unease deepened when she realized the figures within were not mere dolls, they were miniature replicas of her own family, each one placed with eerie precision, mirroring their positions downstairs. Except for one crucial detail, the figure meant to represent her was not seated as the others were. Instead, it stood near the attic door, a silent sentinel watching over the scene. Rebecca Morgan's fingertip traced the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the groove where the tiny wooden figure stood guard. A chill gripped her, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the attic. This dollhouse had no place here, it belonged to another time, another home. This realization sparked a chain of events that would unravel a mystery as unsettling as it was sinister. The first tremors of alarm echoed with Rebecca's urgent call to the authorities. Police arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in turmoil, barricaded in the living room, their eyes haunted by what they had witnessed in the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, heading the investigation, initially dismissed their fears as a prank or the imaginings of unsettled minds in a new dwelling. But as the details emerged, a sense of unease settled over the detectives' team. The precision was what struck me, Detective Harmon later recounted. Each diminutive figure captured a unique aspect of the family members: the father's thinning hair, the son's favored hoodie, even the faint birthmark on the mother's hand. The turning point came when forensic analysis revealed fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the Morgans. More chilling still, microscopic cameras hidden in the figures' eyes linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. The unsettling truth revealed itself as the investigation delved deeper. The positions of the miniature figures didn't merely mimic the family's current whereabouts, they matched moments from various days, hinting at a prolonged observation of their lives. We weren't dealing with a run-of-the-mill stalker, Detective Harmon explained. This was an obsession of an intensity rarely encountered in criminal studies. A hidden entrance in the basement, concealed behind a pantry wall, unveiled a grim secret. Investigating the makeshift living space, littered with remnants of a clandestine existence, hinted at an intruder dwelling beneath the Morgan family long before they arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag spoke of a presence lurking undetected for weeks. The absence of forced entry into the property raised more questions, especially given the house's previous vacancy. The enigma deepened as background checks unveiled the house's former owners, an elderly couple who had passed away, leaving their son, Martin Wells, to oversee the estate. Interviews with neighbors shed little light, save for a mention of lights flickering in the empty house, dismissed as routine property viewings. The breakthrough materialized through digital sleuthing, leading investigators to Wells' apartment across town. Inside, a chilling tableau unfolded. Walls adorned with photos of the Morgan family and prior residents, alongside meticulous journal entries chronicling their daily routines. But the most disturbing find lay in a workshop teeming with half-finished dollhouses, each representing a different household in the vicinity. Martin Wells, drowning in debt after his parents' demise, had concocted a twisted scheme to maintain control over the properties, surveilling their inhabitants through the miniature figures. The psychologist assigned to the case unraveled a tapestry of possessive delusion woven by Wells. Unable to relinquish his childhood home, he ensnared himself in a web of surveillance, using the dollhouses as conduits to dominate both the property and its occupants. When questioned, Wells remained eerily composed, stating, "I needed to ensure they respected my parents' legacy. They needed to know I was always watching." The court proceedings exposed the depth of violation inflicted upon the Morgan family. Wells faced a litany of charges, from stalking to unlawful surveillance, underlining the breach of privacy and security he had wrought upon unsuspecting tenants. The judge's verdict mirrored the family's shattered peace, condemning Wells for not only intruding into their domicile, but also into their most intimate moments, twisted for his perverse gratification. The case reverberated through legal circles, prompting a reevaluation of real estate protocols concerning property histories and tenant safety. Despite the closure brought by Wells' apprehension, the scars lingered for the Morgans. Rebecca, in her victim impact statement, shared a lingering unease, a ghostly specter of surveillance that haunted her daily routines. The family departed for a new abode, forever scarred by the realization that they had been mere pawns in a macabre game of control. As the chapter closed on this chilling saga, experts pondered how long Wells might have continued his clandestine operations had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. His journals hinted at a shadowy existence spanning years, moving from one property to the next, crafting miniature replicas of families unbeknownst to their own watchers. Rebecca's vigilance persisted, scouring every nook and cranny of their new sanctuary, banishing all traces of miniature simulacrums. "Some days," she confessed, "I can't shake the feeling of being observed, manipulated like a puppet in someone else's twisted theater. I wonder if somewhere out there another dollhouse awaits, with a tiny version of me frozen in perpetual surveillance." The case of Martin Wells stands as a chilling testament to the depths of obsession and the fragile boundary between reality and the sinister shadows that lurk just beyond sight. Story 19. In a quiet neighborhood, a mysterious package arrived on Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box glistening with morning dew. The address was correct, but the name, Daniel Whitaker, was a stranger to her. Sarah hesitated, knowing she should ignore it, leave it untouched, but curiosity beckoned, whispering secrets of the unknown. With trembling hands, she tore open the box, anticipating mundane contents. Instead, nestled within was a VHS tape and a solitary sticky note with a cryptic message. watch alone. Sarah found herself holding the black plastic tape, its weight unsettling in her palms, as if carrying the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingers traced the worn edges, feeling the history etched into the casing. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke a plea for attention. As the suburban world hummed around her, dogs barking, children laughing, lawnmowers buzzing, Sarah brought the package inside, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The tape's sender, Daniel Whitaker, remained a mystery, a phantom presence in her otherwise ordinary life. Despite her reservations, Sarah inserted the tape into her old VCR, the static on the screen gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, casting shadows on a figure seated in a wooden chair. Daniel Whitaker's voice filled the silence, a solemn confession of innocence amidst chaos. His weary face, etched with fear and determination, recounted a tale of framed guilt and manipulated truths. The room around him spoke of transience, of a life lived on the edge of oblivion. Detective Eliza Ramirez, haunted by the enigma of the tapes, delved into the web of lies surrounding Catherine Walsh's murder. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit neatly together, revealing a dark underbelly of corporate conspiracy and deceit. As Ramirez unearthed the truth behind Walsh's whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, the shadows deepened, obscuring the line between justice and manipulation. Sarah received a second package, a trove of incriminating evidence that shattered the facade of innocence carefully constructed around Daniel Whitaker. With each revelation, the truth emerged from the shadows, illuminating a path to redemption and retribution. The one suspect, now a victim of circumstance, emerged from the shadows, bearing the scars of a battle fought in the shadows of truth. In a quiet moment of reckoning, Sarah and Daniel stood on her porch, the echoes of their shared journey lingering in the air. The wrong address had led them down a path of unexpected redemption, a testament to the power of curiosity and the resilience of truth in the face of deception. As the VHS tapes lay dormant in evidence, silent witnesses to a tale of justice served, Sarah whispered, "The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one." And in that moment of quiet realization, the mysteries of the past faded into the tranquility of the night, a lullaby of truth and justice guiding them towards peace. Story 20. She desired to redecorate the nursery before the new arrival. The walls sported a faded blue hue, holding whispers of tales within their worn layers. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden secret emerged, letters faint at first, then growing sharp and distinct, a message engraved beneath the surface. "Do not let it hear you." A gasp escaped her lips. Stepping back, she noticed them tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high for any child to reach. The revelation in the nursery of the Morgan house signaled the start of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had bought the Victorian-style home for a surprisingly low price, unaware of its ominous past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, notebook at the ready. A pregnant woman answered, her belly pronounced under paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles framed her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the discovery of the message and handprints. The previous owners vanished abruptly, the woman shared. Neighbors mentioned they left in the dead of night, packing only essentials into their car. In the historical home, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on aged floorboards. In the nursery, she inspected the partially painted wall, the message still visible where the paint job had been abandoned. Beside it, 5 small handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned at a height unreachable by a child. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into property records. The house had changed owners 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. Disturbingly, child welfare reports were filed for 3 of those families. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and of being watched as they slept. Further investigation revealed the house's connection to Eleanor Blackwood, a widow who once ran an orphanage on the property. 5 children had disappeared from her care, presumed to have run away. During renovations after Eleanor's passing, workers unearthed a sealed room behind the nursery wall, filled with children's belongings but no remains. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, uncovering a chilling pattern of strange occurrences reported by families with children living in the house. Toys moved on their own, laughter heard in empty corridors, and drawings appearing mysteriously on walls. Each account led to the same message revealed during repainting: don't let them find you. Forensic analysis linked the writing to Eleanor's handwriting, while identical handprints of different children throughout the years added to the mystery. The investigation took a darker turn as ground-penetrating radar unveiled 5 child-sized anomalies beneath the basement floor. Breaking through the concrete exposed a grim truth: 5 sets of remains arranged in a circle, wearing pendants engraved with their names. These were the orphans who had vanished under Eleanor's care. Luminol sprayed in the nursery revealed countless handprints glowing in the dark, hidden beneath layers of paint. Eleanor's journals, recovered from archives, detailed her macabre beliefs of harnessing children's energy to extend her life. The children had left warnings on the wall, hoping for their fate to be discovered. The case concluded with the victims being laid to rest, their names finally recognized as murder victims. The house remained abandoned, the couple unwilling to return even for their belongings. Detective Klein's final report documented the eerie handprints and the message beneath the paint, acknowledging justice for the victims, yet acknowledging a lingering presence in the house. The nursery walls were torn down, but workers reported hearing whispers amid the rubble, refusing to return after their shifts. The house was condemned, a cold case left unsolved, a reminder that some crimes leave lasting marks beyond what meets the eye. Story 21, the Polaroid lay nestled among forgotten memories, capturing a past birthday celebration frozen in time. Smiles adorned faces, candles danced in flickering light, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. Yet as the daughter sifted through the box of old photographs passed down to her, she noticed it. A faint outline in the background, lingering behind the group. A man, half shrouded in shadow, lingering just outside the warm glow of the candles. He didn't belong to the family. No recollection existed of his presence, but with each photo he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon this collection while clearing out her late mother's attic post-funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories unveiled a trove of aged photographs chronicling bygone family gatherings from her childhood. The find should have evoked comfort, a treasury of joyous moments. Instead, it unveiled the gateway to a haunting ordeal. In the initial photo, he was barely discernible, a dark silhouette skirting the frame during her 7th birthday FT. The mysterious figure loomed near the glass door, obscured face fixed on watching. In the subsequent photo, snapped moments later, he had shifted indoors. By the 3rd, he positioned himself behind her uncle. Curiously, nobody in the photograph seemed aware of his looming presence. Trembling, Sarah dialed her father, recounting the unsettling revelation. "Dad, who is this man lurking in the background of these pictures?" A pregnant silence followed her query, then a sharp inhale. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family." Digital images of the Polaroids were swiftly dispatched to her father. His subsequent call bore an uncharacteristic tremor. "That's impossible. A stranger would have been noticed." Detective Marcus Reed attentively absorbed Sarah's account as she unfurled the photos across his precinct desk. Rain pattered against the windows, casting shifting shadows upon the evidence. The detective's weathered hands methodically traversed from one photo to the next, gaze narrowing. "And nobody recognized this individual?" he inquired, voice tinged with curiosity. Nobody, Sarah affirmed, but observed the progression. Aligning the photos in sequence, a revelation materialized before the detective's eyes. The enigmatic figure purposefully traversed the party in each photo, inching closer to the children. In the final image, he loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful self, a pallid hand extending towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame. The photographer, Reed ventured, though skepticism colored his tone. My mother captured all these. She set the timer and joined the frame. Copies were made, a case file initiated. In days, every surviving attendee of the party was contacted. None recalled the man, no hired servers, no visiting neighbors. The secluded property had been meticulously chosen for its privacy. Facial recognition software faltered the figure strategically obscured in each frame, as if cognizant of the camera's gaze. Yet a practiced, intentional air shrouded his posture. The probe might have stalled had Sarah not unearthed additional photos in other family albums. Varying gatherings, different years. Same figure, perpetually lingering in the backdrop, perpetually overlooked in the moment. A tech specialist enhanced the images, unveiling obscure details. A wrist bearing a scar, a distinctive ring. A window's partial reflection revealing facial features erstwhile veiled by shadow. Breakthrough dawned with dental records. The teeth visible in an enhanced photo aligned with those of Robert Keller, a vanished maintenance worker once questioned in relation to 3 unsolved child abductions spanning the region. Cases grown cold over decades, cases coinciding with the dates of the documented gatherings. Keller had been employed by the firm tasked with maintaining the vacation property hosting Sarah's birthday, possessing master keys to numerous rental properties in the vicinity, properties where families congregated, properties from which children later vanished. Subsequent excavation beneath Keller's former home's foundations unearthed small artifacts, a hair clip akin to one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a vanished boy from a family reunion. A bracelet Sarah identified as her own one presumed lost in her childhood. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by photos unraveling concealed horrors, Sarah pondered. The detective's earlier call conveyed the identification of remains discovered near a vacation property. DNA confirmed it as one of the missing children. Her gaze drifted to the final birthday photo, the candles casting a warm radiance upon frozen familial visages. Behind her youthful self, half obscured by shadow yet unmistakably present, the figure observed, patient, calculating. Invisible to all in that jubilant instant. Revelation bridged unsolved cases spanning decades. Families were granted closure, albeit the antithesis of their prayers. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his presence finally acknowledged after years of clandestine existence. Sarah gathered the photos, nestling them back into the box. They now stood as evidence, a testament to the peril posed by unseen threats captured on film, slipping unnoticed through festivities, leaving naught but faint imprints within frozen shards of time. Story 22, the gentle current meandered lazily that quiet morning, the surface of the water smooth as glass, undisturbed by even the faintest ripple. A lone fisherman lost in his thoughts nearly missed the peculiar sight of a weathered suitcase bobbing near the shore. Initially dismissing it as nothing more than discarded garments, he felt a shiver run down his spine as he approached, the pungent odor assaulting his senses, thick, oppressive, and unmistakable. The suitcase was ensnared by chains, its edges corroded by the elements. When the authorities pried it open, the contents within were far from what they expected. Instead of clothes, there was hair, fingers frozen in a macabre grip, and at the very bottom, a chilling note that simply stated, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a delicate handkerchief pressed to her nose to shield herself from the overpowering stench. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her, her once dark hair now matted, and her pallid skin bearing the marks of exposure to the elements. The meticulous work of the medical examiner captured every detail before the body was respectfully taken away. But what struck Mercer the most was not the manner of disposal, but the eerie attention to detail paid to the victim's appearance: manicured nails, recently styled hair, dressed in luxurious attire. "She wasn't just discarded here," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the lapping water along the muddy banks. "She was prepared, presented." Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling high-end properties, led a solitary life in an upscale neighborhood. Divorced and childless, she was described by her colleagues as driven, precise, and fiercely private. Her disappearance was brought to light by her assistant, who was adamant that Catherine would never miss a crucial showing that could secure her most substantial commission to date. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously maintained home, they found everything in perfect order, almost unnaturally so. Designer furniture meticulously arranged, not a speck of dust in sight. Even the refrigerator held meticulously labeled meals, arranged by the day. However, a small anomaly caught their attention in her home office: a slightly ajar drawer containing a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent a chill down their spines. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further exploration into Walsh's digital footprint revealed a series of unsettling emails from unknown senders, all containing the haunting phrase, "I see your perfection," all delivered at precisely the same time on different days. Her online searches hinted at a growing sense of unease, with queries about home security systems and personal defense devices. Detective Mercer pieced together the puzzle, drawing connections between the meticulous crime scene presentation and the unsettling discoveries within Walsh's personal life. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she shared with her partner. "This was not a crime of passion, it was a meticulously planned ritual." The crucial breakthrough emerged unexpectedly from a local pawn shop, where Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace was recognized among the items pawned by a regular customer, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always when she was away showcasing properties. A search of Linden's modest apartment uncovered a chilling trove of photographs, images of Walsh and other women sharing her likeness, all taken without their knowledge. Some photos were ominously marked with red crosses. Walsh was just one of his victims. Behind a concealed wall in his closet lay a shrine, each victim's possessions meticulously arranged: a lock of hair, used tissues stained with lipstick, keys, and receipts. Each collection accompanied by a journal documenting their daily routines, preferences, and habits. The interrogation room turned frigid as Linden was brought in for questioning. Despite his unassuming appearance and soft-spoken demeanor, his eyes betrayed a chilling emptiness. Confronted with the evidence stacked against him, his voice remained eerily flat as he finally uttered, "They were flawed. They projected perfection, but I saw through their facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. She missed a spot while applying her lipstick. Her perfection was a sham." The search for Linden's other victims, as mentioned in his note, led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were discovered. Inside were women bearing a striking resemblance to Walsh, both real estate agents who prided themselves on their meticulous attention to detail. During the trial, Linden sat stoically, his face a mask of indifference as the prosecution unraveled his meticulous methods. Months of stalking, meticulous observation of routines, intrusion into their lives, and the twisted notion of correcting their perceived flaws before ending their lives. As the judge handed down a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, the families of the victims watched in silent anguish. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but the lingering questions haunted her. What sparked Lyndon's fixation on these specific women? What inner imperfection was he trying to erase through his gruesome acts? The river, the silent witness to Catherine Walsh's tragic fate, continued its unhurried journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the grim discovery. Yet on Mercer's desk in the precinct lay copies of those unsettling journals, a stark reminder that behind the facade of everyday lives, darkness could lurk, and the most perilous predators often hid in plain sight, waiting for a solitary flaw to expose itself. Story 23. The aging apartment held its secrets within its worn walls, pipes that groaned, floorboards that whispered tales of years gone by. As the new tenant, Sarah Coleman, settled into her cozy abode, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The sounds that echoed through the night were not mere echoes of the building settling. They were too deliberate, too precise. Footsteps, slow and steady, seemed to dance above her ceiling, though she resided on the top floor. Night after night, the rhythmic footfalls painted invisible paths across the darkness above her, a haunting lullaby that kept her on edge. One evening, curiosity mingled with fear, emboldening Sarah to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The world fell silent around her, holding its breath. Then, in the stillness, a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Unnerved but determined to convince herself otherwise, Sarah dismissed the strange occurrence as the quirks of an old building. She turned up the volume on her television, buried her ears beneath headphones, anything to drown out the haunting footsteps that traversed the hidden spaces above her. Detective Morris was drawn into the enigmatic tale when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. A leak in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment led to the discovery of a passage undocumented in the building plans. Within this clandestine realm, a makeshift living space was unveiled: discarded wrappers, empty bottles, a tattered blanket, and a cryptic notebook. The notebook held intricate details about Sarah Coleman, her routines, her habits, her very essence meticulously observed. The writing within started as orderly script but descended into chaos, with strange symbols adorning the margins. One chilling entry read, "The subject no longer responds to my signals. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams unearthed a labyrinth of passages woven into the building's structure, leading to different apartments, yet converging at hidden vantage points within Sarah's dwelling. Interviews with past and present residents unveiled a tapestry of fear and unease, with whispers of being watched and unseen presences haunting the shadows. A breakthrough in the investigation came with the discovery of microscopic blood spatter in one of the hidden passages, linking back to a missing former resident, Martin Weaver. His abrupt disappearance years prior now intertwined with the enigma surrounding Sarah's apartment. Delving deeper into the shadows of the past, Detective Morris unraveled a chilling pattern woven by a man named Edward Mercer, a recluse who had left a trail of unanswered questions and vanished without a trace. His obsession with silence and hidden spaces unveiled a sinister truth that sent shivers down the spines of all involved. As the investigation unfolded, a desolate cabin emerged as the heart of Edward's twisted world. walls adorned with images of unsuspecting residents, maps detailing building infrastructures, and journals chronicling his macabre fixation painted a portrait of a disturbed mind. The chilling revelation of missing persons, hidden graves, and a web of deception left Detective Morris haunted by the specter of Sarah Coleman, her fate entwined with the darkness that lurked within the walls of her once tranquil abode. The manhunt for Edward Mercer persists, a phantom in the shadows of a world scarred by his malevolent touch. As whispers of his elusive presence echo through the corridors of time, Detective Morris finds himself gazing up at his own ceiling, pondering the silent watchers in the night and the chilling question of who else may be listening in the darkness. The tale of Sarah Coleman remains a cryptic enigma, a puzzle piece lost in the intricate maze of hidden spaces and forgotten whispers that linger within the walls of her vacant apartment, a testament to the eerie echoes of the past that continue to reverberate in the stillness of the night. Story 24. Once upon a time there was a town that harbored a secret at the edge of the woods. Hidden in plain sight, a house stood alone, shrouded in mystery. Its windows were like dark eyes peering out into the unknown, and its porch, weary and weather-beaten, seemed burdened by the weight of forgotten years. No one in the town claimed ownership of the house, and its origins were lost to time, fading into whispers of the wind. One day, a group of hikers ventured too close to the house, drawn by an inexplicable curiosity. As they approached, they noticed something peculiar, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep as if to serve as ominous warnings. The list of names ran down the eastern wall, 27 in total. Some were barely visible, almost erased by the passage of time, while others remained sharp and clear as though freshly carved. At the very bottom of the list, among the names of the lost souls, was one that none of the hikers recognized. It was fresh, untouched by the elements, a name that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. And then, in a hushed voice filled with trembling fear, one of them uttered, "That's mine." The night was pierced by a call to the local dispatch, a report of trespassing at the mysterious house on the edge of the woods. Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had discovered his own name carved into the abandoned structure, was the voice on the line. The responding officers expected a routine case of mischief, perhaps a prank gone awry, but what awaited them defied all logic and reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness descended, her flashlight cutting through the shadows like a beacon of truth in a realm of uncertainty. The weathered facade of the house loomed before her, revealing the enigmatic names that adorned its walls. Each name told a story of a life lost, a soul vanished into the depths of the forest. Mason, his breath visible in the cold night air, insisted that he had never set foot near the house before. Confusion and fear clouded his eyes as he struggled to comprehend how his name had found its way onto that ominous list. The investigation began, unraveling a web of mysteries that would haunt the town for years to come. Background checks on the names revealed a chilling truth. Each person listed had disappeared while hiking alone in the woods over the past 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open, their stories unfinished. But all shared a common thread: they had ventured into the forest and never returned. Forensic analysts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the varying depths and styles of each name. The oldest inscription, that of Rebecca Hansen, dated back 37 years to a time when she had ventured into the woods and vanished without a trace. Search parties had found only a single hiking boot by a stream, a silent testament to her disappearance. Mason's story remained consistent under scrutiny. He had no ties to the area beyond that fateful hiking trip with his college friends. The focus shifted to his companions, particularly Emily Chen, whose photographs revealed a chilling presence lurking in the background, a tall, thin figure obscured by the trees, unseen by the naked eye. As the investigation delved deeper, a grim discovery awaited in the basement of the house. Personal belongings of the missing hikers were neatly arranged on shelves, each item labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. Bloodstains, invisible to the naked eye, emerged under ultraviolet light, a silent witness to unspeakable horrors that had unfolded within those walls. Mason's behavior grew increasingly erratic, plagued by visions and whispers that seemed to follow him wherever he went. The town buzzed with fear and speculation as the truth began to surface, revealing a dark history that had long been buried beneath layers of secrecy. The truth emerged from the shadows when land records uncovered the house's previous owner, a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood, who had vanished without a trace 15 years prior. His journal, found hidden in a crude hunting blind, detailed his twisted obsession with hunting humans, with Mason and the forensic technician marked as his next targets. A manhunt ensued, spanning multiple jurisdictions in a desperate bid to capture the elusive hunter who had turned the tables on his pursuers. But as the net closed in, Mason disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a chilling message carved into his bedroom wall, a harbinger of the grim fate that awaited him. The hunt for Mason and the forensic technician continued, their names now added to the list of the lost souls who had crossed paths with the malevolent force that lurked within the forest. The house, under constant surveillance, stood as a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls, a grim reminder of the darkness that dwelled in the heart of the woods. As the investigation pressed on, new disappearances were reported in distant forests, echoing the same pattern of terror that had gripped the town. The names on the wall became a whispered legend among law enforcement, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim those who dared to venture too close. And so, the house at the edge of the woods remained a somber monument to the mysteries that lay hidden within its walls, a place where the lost souls found their final resting place, their names forever etched into the annals of a town haunted by the ghosts of its past. Story 25. In the depths of the night, a pocket dial echoed through the empty airwaves, a mere jumble of static and muffled whispers. The operator, on the verge of dismissing the call as a mere glitch in the system, froze as a voice pierced through the chaos. A woman's voice, tinged with frantic urgency, gasped, "He's here." And then a chilling silence descended, swallowing her words whole. The number traced back to an abandoned house, a relic frozen in time, its walls whispering long-forgotten secrets. No signs of intrusion marred the stillness within, no disturbances to betray the eerie calm that enveloped the place. Yet in the heart of the desolate kitchen, a phone lay perched upon the counter, its screen casting an ethereal glow in the darkness. The call had been placed mere moments ago, a phantom reaching out from the shadows of the past. Detective Morgan Reed stood in the hushed solitude, her fingers hovering over the playback button, drawn to the haunting whisper that lingered in the air, desperate, terrified, and inexplicably impossible. The abandoned homestead had once belonged to the Sullivan family, until tragedy tore them asunder in a blaze that devoured the west wing of their abode. Since their departure, the house had stood as a silent sentinel, untouched by the passage of time. With a furrowed brow, Morgan turned to her partner, Detective Walsh, a silent question hanging between them. "Background check on the number," she inquired, her voice barely a whisper in the stillness. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter," Walsh replied, his tone tinged with a hint of unease. "She passed 3 years ago in a car accident." The weight of the mystery bore down upon them, a tapestry of the inexplicable woven before their eyes. A phone belonging to a departed soul, reaching out from the beyond in a spectral call from the abandoned house. The dust on the counter bore witness to the phone's inexplicable presence, undisturbed save for the space it occupied, as if materializing out of thin air. The forensic team's meticulous search yielded naught but enigmatic fragments, a device devoid of fingerprints save for elusive smudges that defied identification, a house sealed tight against the intrusion of the outside world. The riddle remained unsolved, a specter haunting their every step. The recording, a mere 11 seconds of static, breath, and whispered words, became the focal point of their inquiry, a siren song drawing them deeper into the enigma. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible, matching the voice on the call to Catherine Sullivan with an uncanny 98% certainty. And the timestamp the call coincided with the very moment of Catherine's tragic demise, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into the past, unraveling the threads of Catherine's life in their quest for the truth. Her father, now remarried, bore the weight of confusion in his gaze. Her mother, a solitary figure in a small apartment, crumbled under the weight of the whispered words. "That's my Katie," she murmured, her voice trembling. "She sounds so scared." The shadows of suspicion loomed over Catherine's former beau, Mark Jennings, his alibi a fragile shield against the accusations swirling around him. But the house had stood empty, its walls holding secrets untold. The call defied logic, a puzzle with missing pieces that refused to fit. And then a glimmer of hope, a call from Catherine's mother, her voice trembling with revelation. "I found something in her belongings," she confided, a tremor of uncertainty threading through her words. "Katie kept a journal. The final entry, it holds the key." Within the pages of the journal, a tale unfurled, a journey of love turned to control, of isolation and fear woven into the fabric of Catherine's existence. The final entry stood as a testament to her courage, a silent plea etched in ink. "He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Confronted with the damning words, Mark's facade wavered, his protestations ringing hollow in the face of the damning evidence. "You think I harmed Katie because of her words?" he challenged, the mask slipping from his features. "That's not proof." But proof awaited in the shadows of the past, buried beneath layers of deceit and subterfuge. The investigators, fueled by a relentless pursuit of justice, revisited the scene of Catherine's untimely end. And there, beneath the earth, 20 feet from the crash site, lay her true phone, a silent witness to the horrors she had endured. Forensic revelations painted a grim picture, deleted text speaking volumes of a deadly pursuit on the lonely roads that led to Catherine's demise. The truth, long buried, clawed its way to the surface, a tale of manipulation and malice, of a life cut short by a hand that should have offered solace. As the pieces fell into place, Mark's facade crumbled, revealing the darkness that lurked within. His apartment, a shrine to a life extinguished, bore witness to his twisted obsession. The web of deceit he had spun, the phantom call he had orchestrated, all laid bare in the harsh light of truth. And so justice, in its inexorable march, found its mark. The jury's verdict echoed through the courtroom, a resounding condemnation of Mark's sins. And as Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest, a bittersweet sense of closure settled upon her. The phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence locker, a silent sentinel of a tale long told. Officers, in quiet moments, swear they hear its phantom ring, a spectral echo of a voice silenced too soon. Catherine's story endures not as a ghostly whisper, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit to the truth that even in death, voices find a way to be heard. Story 26. The tale begins in a costume emporium on the verge of shuttering its doors, a place where old treasures found new homes as remnants of the past sought new beginnings. Amidst the chaos of liquidating inventory, a woman's hand hesitantly reached for a mask nestled on a forgotten shelf, its delicate features both captivating and eerily lifelike, as if it held a secret waiting to be unveiled. The cashier's voice wavered when she placed the mask upon the worn counter, a murmured confession escaping his lips, "That's not ours." Bewildered but undeterred, the woman inspected the mask, only to find no tag bearing its origin. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to bring it to her abode, unaware of the mysterious journey that awaited her under the cover of night. As the moon cast its silvery glow through parted curtains, a soft rustle stirred the air, a whisper of fabric traversing the room. Startled from her slumber, the woman known as Catherine Reed sought the source of the nocturnal disturbance, only to find the mask perched upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her in an unblinking vigil. The morning sun found Catherine's neighbor at her doorstep, a borrowed book in hand, only to be greeted by an unsettling tableau within her dwelling. The creak of the ajar door heralded a scene of quiet chaos, where light spilled into the dimness, illuminating a tragedy that would echo through the corridors of time. Detective Morgan arrived, a beacon of order in the midst of disarray, as forensics meticulously documented the silent screams etched upon the walls of Catherine's final abode. The shutter's rhythm provided a haunting backdrop to the hushed conversations that fluttered in the air like echoes of the past. Amidst the ordinary details that adorned the room, a partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained glass, the detective's keen eye discerned the extraordinary, the unspoken language of a life extinguished too soon. The medical examiner's somber pronouncement hinted at a demise shrouded in enigma terror imprinted upon tranquil features, a silent witness to the unfathomable. Catherine, a connoisseur of art authenticity, had led a life cloaked in the shadows of scrutiny, her keen eye a beacon in a world of illusions. Her demise, a puzzle wrapped in mystery, beckoned the detective into a labyrinth of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Security footage from the forsaken costume shop unveiled a shard of the truth, a fragment of a larger tapestry woven with threads of intrigue. The cashier's bewildered reaction, the owner's silent denial, all pieces of a puzzle waiting to be assembled. The detective's footsteps echoed through the hollowed halls of the shop, now devoid of its former treasures, as the owner's words dripped with a tinge of apprehension. Tales of the mask's origin seeped through the cracks of silence, whispering of a darkness that transcended the boundaries of time. A breakthrough, shrouded in the whisper of unseen fibers, emerged from the shadows of Catherine's final moments. The microscopic tendrils embedded in her grasp hinted at a struggle unspoken, a battle fought in silence against an unseen adversary. Records of past tragedies emerged, each victim a pawn in a macabre dance orchestrated by forces beyond mortal comprehension. The retired detective's trembling hands offered a glimpse into a world where masks held secrets untold, where the line between life and death blurred into obscurity. A hidden journal, a beacon of truth obscured by veils of deception, shed light upon the darkness that enveloped Catherine's final days. Her frantic words etched upon pages bore witness to a terror that transcended the ordinary, a malevolence that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. The detective pieced together fragments of a puzzle wrought with ancient symbols and unsolved mysteries, the veil of ignorance slowly lifting to reveal a truth too terrifying to behold. The mask, a harbinger of doom, bore witness to a cycle of death and rebirth that spanned centuries, its hunger insatiable, its purpose unfathomable. As the investigation delved deeper into the abyss of the unknown, a revelation emerged, a truth so chilling it sent shivers down the spine of even the most seasoned investigator. Surveillance footage captured a phantom figure, a specter clad in Catherine's visage, moving with an unnatural grace that bespoke a macabre puppetry at play. The mask, a vessel of ancient malevolence, slipped through the cracks of time, evading capture as it sought its next victim with ravenous hunger. Reports of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop echoed through the corridors of fate, a prelude to a tragedy waiting to unfold. The case, a tapestry of unsolved riddles and unanswered questions, lingered in the shadows of official records, a testament to the enigma that defied logic and reason. The detective, keeper of Catherine's journal, bore witness to a truth too unsettling for the light of day, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of perception. As night descended like a shroud over the city, the detective, haunted by the specter of the mask, found solace in the silence of her chambers. She knew that somewhere out there, the mask lay in wait, its empty eyes fixed upon an unsuspecting soul, hungry for the essence that pulsed beneath mortal flesh. And so the cycle continued, a dance of shadows and whispers, a symphony of fear and longing that echoed through the corridors of time. The mask, a sentinel of doom, awaited its next victim, a vessel yearning to be filled with the light of life, moving from one host to the next in an eternal waltz that began eons ago and knew no end. Story 27. She gazed at her reflection in the misty mirror, a sense of unease creeping over her. Everything appeared normal, her face, her attire. Yet a flicker caught her eye, a movement not of her own making. Turning away, she expected the reflection to follow suit, but it remained fixed, watching her. So began the curious case of Rebecca Thorne, shrouded in mystery and intrigue, unfolding in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Rebecca led a solitary life in a modest apartment, known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor. Her days were structured around her job as a data analyst, a life governed by routine and precision. No one could have predicted that she would become entangled in a web of enigmatic events that would baffle investigators and unsettle the community for years to come. Initially, subtle disturbances disrupted Rebecca's sanctuary. Objects in her home shifted inexplicably, a mug relocated, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to her long hours spent engrossed in work. When she finally reached out to Detective Marion Shaw after weeks of these unsettling occurrences, the authorities were initially skeptical, attributing the disturbances to potential mental health issues rather than criminal activity. Yet the pivotal moment came with a chilling incident involving the bathroom mirror, where Rebecca recounted a disconcerting experience of her reflection behaving independently, evoking a sense of being constantly observed. A turning point arrived when surveillance footage captured a doppelganger of Rebecca entering her apartment while she was already at work miles away, a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The imposter mirrored Rebecca's every move with eerie precision, raising questions of identity theft and targeted surveillance. As the investigation delved deeper, a pattern emerged. The doppelganger only infiltrated Rebecca's life during specific absences, hinting at a meticulous observer familiar with her routine. The enigma unraveled further when suspicions turned towards a former colleague, Lily Winters, who exhibited concerning behavior after being let go from her job. A search of Lily's residence uncovered a disturbing shrine dedicated to Rebecca, complete with meticulous observations of her habits, wardrobe duplicates, and unsettling videos of mimicry. Lily's fixation on becoming Rebecca escalated to a dangerous level, blurring the lines between reality and obsession. As authorities closed in on Lily, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of meticulous planning and a disturbing manifesto hinting at a sinister agenda. Despite extensive efforts to locate her, Lily evaded capture, successfully assuming Rebecca's identity and slipping into her life seamlessly. The unsettling truth emerged when security footage captured Rebecca returning to her former workplace, accessing confidential files while the real Rebecca remained in hiding, a chilling testament to the lengths one would go to in the pursuit of a stolen identity. To this day, Lily Winters remains at large, and Rebecca Thorne has vanished into anonymity, forging a new existence in seclusion. Detective Shaw, haunted by the case, keeps a photograph of the two women on her desk, a reminder of the blurred boundaries of identity and the value of protecting one's sense of self. The tale serves as a cautionary reminder that one's identity is not just a reflection in the mirror, but a treasured possession to safeguard against those who seek to claim it for their own.